by Mr. Peterson. All in favor? Okay, never a dull moment with the Board of Ed. Does anybody have any questions for Dr. Parrish on the enrollment projections? Mrs. Maximilian.
All right, one more time. You referenced the numbers at Sherman in kindergarten and another, but I think that that's all very preliminary because it's going to take 2 or 3 of them opting for remote learning, and we would not be in this situation because they would be combined with students from another school in all likelihood. Is that correct?
Correct. So this is all just preliminary numbers, and it would also have to deal with whether or not the principal was able to confirm that people were actually going to still show up for the placements that they have right now. So it's based on that as well as those that are opting for remote learning.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Jacobson.
Jennifer Jacobson, piggybacking on that comment by Jennifer Maximilian, it's an interesting question in terms of how we're planning, because the people who do initially choose to go into full remote mode have the option at any point to come back in. So from a planning perspective, if we don't afford seats, we could end up with very incredibly high class sizes. So I'm not sure we have an answer to that right now, but food for thought in the process, as we know that people are going to be able to ebb and flow here, how we are planning to maintain our class sizes. Because we don't normally add a section after a certain point at the beginning of the year, right? So that's something to think about as we plan for staffing with that in mind. Thank you.
Any other board members have questions? Okay.
I just saw a hand up.
Oh, Ms. Pico, I'm sorry.
I just wanted to make sure that we were going to get another update on the August 25th meeting.
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, moving on to the superintendent update, school reopening. Mr. Cummings?
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm going to turn this over in a second to representatives of the town health department. And then after this report on the reopening, then we'll have a conversation about the learning plans. But before we get into that, I just want to make a couple of comments, if everyone would bear with me. So, first of all, I want to talk about the 2021 school reopening plan. And I want to take a few minutes to address some of the common concerns and questions I've received from families and staff in the past few weeks. You know, first I want to start by apologizing for the rapid change of plans that our students, parents, and staff have had to follow over the past couple of weeks. We continue to respond to developing, and please know, like today, I get emails from the commissioner's office almost on a daily basis. They tend to come in at 4:30, 5 o'clock at night, which is fine because I see them at that point. But the one today comes in with 3 different pieces of information that are all relevant to the reopening plan. So it's important for people to understand that the state, through really no fault of its own, is continuing to be responsive to the questions and concerns that are coming out across the district. Across the state. But as they do that, we have to continually keep up with them. And that's going to have an impact on the plans that we've put in place. So in response to that, we're continuing to respond to this developing guidance from the state, both the Departments of Health and of Education. Now, the greatest change that we've talked about was the one that took us from the initial expectation that we'd offer an in-person learning model and a remote learning option. And we had, as you know, in the initial reopening plan, we had to develop a third option, the hybrid plan. But we're supposed to be offering to the public only the idea of the in-person and the remote. And so we built our plan for those first 2 models, those first 2 options. And we submitted that plan on the 24th of July, or Friday. And then on July 27th in the evening, close to the evening, it was about 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the commissioner and the governor had a press conference. And at the press conference, we found out that the hybrid plan was now an option, and that we could begin with the hybrid plan. Now, I want to be really clear about this. If we had known that in the initial plan as we were developing the plan, we would have spent more time exploring that option. But we've been reacting to July 27th since that announcement. So we are proposing the hybrid because we know it is the best choice for our current circumstances. But again, as I said, it would have been very helpful to everybody if we had that choice earlier. So I'm going to say several things tonight, but I want to be most clear about this. The decision to recommend a hybrid learning plan and not in-person full instruction is based solely on the administration's concern for student, staff, and family health and well-being during this time. We know and very much appreciate the efforts that have led to excellent health data across the state of Connecticut, and particularly in Fairfield County. We take it as our role to make sure that that health data remains excellent. And in order to do that, we have to fulfill the commitment about social distancing and cohorting. And we've got to make sure that we're able to fulfill those expectations in order to keep the data well, but more importantly, the people behind the data. We've heard from a lot of people that we have to think outside the box. I will tell you that our administrators have spent nothing but time trying to think outside the box to develop further options to address the concerns. But we right now do not have enough spaces, and we cannot move enough classrooms or not open up enough hallways for this to occur. So our work really is to balance what is best interest of the district in terms of the health and well-being of our students, staff, and the educational needs of our students is the best way forward. I want you to know that we do absolutely remain committed to finding a way to return to full in-person 5-day-a-week instruction. We have established September 25th as a date to determine if we need to remain in hybrid or we can make changes that will allow a greater occupancy of our classrooms. So please, let me state out what we're looking at. Specifically, once we know how many students are in the school, we can see if additional spaces become available. We can then determine if additional classroom and common area spaces can be used to support instruction and or serve as eating areas that will allow the appropriate social distancing during lunch. So the first issue is, how can we find additional spaces once we have a better understanding of how many kids will actually be back in the buildings come beginning of the school year? We can work on refining the schedule and curricular expectations to keep the number of cohorts to a minimum. We can continue to sufficiently educate all our students and staff in the proper social distancing and PPE expectations and see how this goes over the first 4 weeks of the school year, first 3 weeks of the school year. And finally, as we get past September, as we get through September, we can work on resolving air circulation issues with the help of the seasonal change to better provide fresh air into the classrooms and schools. So those are all things that we're going to continue to work on, and that's going to be the sole focus of our work once school begins. And we're able to assess where we are and how we can get better at it. So if we can do these things, and if the health data remains strong, we will bring students back full-time in early October. This is going to be a level-by-level discussion because, as I've shared with many of you, the situation at the elementary, middle, and high all present their unique challenges. So we'll do everything we can to get all students back, but we may have to accept the fact that we can only get students at certain levels back. But again, that remains our commitment. We are very concerned. I can't emphasize this piece enough. We are very concerned about the impact of the hybrid plan on the families of Fairfield. We are very concerned about the impact of hybrid schedules on the students in Fairfield. This is why we are working. We will be working to find a way to get students back to school as quickly as possible. We are working as well to find additional child care opportunities for students. We're looking to ways to expand our before and after school care, as well as look at options that might not exist on the actual school campuses. I know I speak for every educator in the town of Fairfield when I tell you that we want the students in school with us because we know that's what's best for students, and quite honestly, it's what's best for us as the adults too. I'm going to give you a few more updates here, and then I want to turn and invite representatives of the Town Health Department into the conversation. So first, the parent survey is out, and we are actively collecting information on that. If parents hear information tonight or in the next few days that makes them change their initial decision, this is important to remember, please. If you hear something that makes you change your initial decision, you can still log into Infinite Campus up until Sunday and resubmit your choices. The webinar and the learning plans is tomorrow at 7 o'clock. A link for that is on the front page of the district website. It's there now. This isn't starting until 7 o'clock till tomorrow, though. But it is there. And also on Monday, August 17th, Mr. Mancusi will be leading a webinar on the special education reopening plan. So that's Monday, August 17th. Each of our schools is preparing a communication to their communities on school-specific information on the reopening. And I also finished with saying that several of the central office administrators met with the Town of Fairfield's Emergency Operation Command today to review the reopening plan. We shared a number of aspects of the plan and spent much of the time discussing questions about the health data and how we as a school system will respond to positive cases when they occur. And I know Mr. Cleary and Ms. Mitchell from the Health Department are here, and I believe I also saw Dr. Yoon, and if I have missed somebody else, I apologize. But so I would, at this point, ask if board members have questions for representatives of our Health Department, we should address those now, and when that section of the agenda is over, we can then start to talk about the learning plans, as well as any of the financials and other questions you might have.
Before I turn it over to the Health Department, I just want to, for the public's sake and just to remind the board, in terms of the state guidance, as the superintendent said, the reopening plan was due on the 24th. On the 27th, the governor gave basically the power to choose a model to local districts. We were still waiting for the health guidance. That didn't come in until after school districts were told they could choose their model. So we thought originally that that data was supposed to be to us at the beginning of July. It has just come out in the last week or so, which also affects the decision making a little bit. I know there are a lot of questions about that, but the timing of this, I know there's a lot of frustration and how the communication has gone out, and I just share these facts just to give you a little bit of a picture on that the information was coming in drips and drabs. So if you felt that the communication coming out to the public was coming in drips and drabs, it was somewhat in reaction to that fact. With that, I will bring it to Mr. Cleary and Ms. Mitchell and Dr. Yoon to give any additional information on that.
Hi, this is Lance Cleary, Director of the Health Department. Thank you for having me tonight. So I did want to just share, the superintendent and many of us have met and had several discussions to review and consider the different options and different indicators that are presented in the Addendum 4 that came out. And we think this approach clearly represents a careful review of those, while the indicators, the leading and secondary indicators, do offer the option of favoring in-person learning. There are these additional considerations that the Fairfield Public Schools has carefully considered, and as Mike shared, just that some of the key things that need to happen is to ensure proper mask use, and ensure proper social distancing, and then there's a host of other options that have to be considered. But those are the sort of the key variables that are the most protective factors in this. And as Mike shared, the administrators came back and said, that in many instances this separation that is recommended in the plan to achieve this 6-foot separation cannot be achieved in all instances at all levels, and that as we experience in the community, the compliance with mask use is, we get concerns raised to us every single day about people out in the community that are failing to adhere to this. And so these are some unknown variables, in my opinion, that need to be assessed and considered before moving towards a full in-person option. And this approach offers that opportunity to do some quality improvement as we move through the initial first 3 weeks of the school. And as many of us do, we all have concerns of seeing how the return to school affects those leading and secondary indicators throughout the state. And so those are just some unknown factors that nobody has clear answers to, that lead me and the department to support this initial hybrid approach to start the school year. So with that, I'll offer it up to Jill or Dr. Yoon, our chairman of the Board of Health, if they choose to offer any comments as well.
Thank you, Sands. This is Jill Mitchell, the nursing supervisor for the town of Fairfield. And I just want to support Sands' declaration of the various indicators that we need to have in place. Certainly, the leading indicator is the new COVID-19 cases, and that would be the 7-day average per 100,000. These numbers are good now, and the community has done well. But it's a new situation that we're having now with bringing the children in. We can't, as I was talking to Sands before, we can't go from 0 to 90 without stopping at 45. And I think the hybrid model will enable us to assess those other factors like mask usage, like the feasibility of maximizing our social distancing, as well as keeping an eye on what happens in the school community as well as in the community at large, and the county as well, which is what we hope to get down to the district level. But for now, we're just going on county numbers. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share a few thoughts. As many of you know, in addition to being chair of the Board of Health here in Fairfield, I'm also the medical advisor for the city of Stamford and for Stamford Public Schools. And have really had the opportunity to sort of look at the situation and what's been going on here in our town and in our county and in our state from multiple different viewpoints. The thoughts I just wanted to share with you again is the idea that we are not working in the silo in the health department, that we are communicating regularly, as many of you know, with the State Department of Education. As a matter of fact, we're having conference calls every week, actually multiple during the week, but one specifically for local health directors and superintendents. So we're constantly educating and re-educating ourselves. We are constantly gathering best practices from different districts across the state. But I think what Sands and Mike are doing extraordinarily well is really taking those best practices and what we're learning from other communities and from other parts of the states and other parts of the country, and looking at sort of the resources and the special indicators within our own town and trying to apply that and really customizing the plan. I think many of you have probably recognized that most districts in the state will be moving towards a hybrid plan, and there's a reason for that. And I think it's out of an abundance of caution. It's recognizing that we want to be prepared and nimble for whatever circumstances may come in the future, and obviously with the best interest of the students in mind. So thank you for the support of the local health department as we try to support you.
Thank you, Dr. Yoon, Mr. Cleary, Ms. Mitchell. Ms. Mitchell, thank you for all your work on the reopening committee, just helping us develop the original plan. And I'm going to take it to the board for questions. Ms. Leeper?
I just want to, this is Jennifer Lieber. I just want to first thank you for I can only imagine the countless hours you guys have put into this plan with constantly shifting expectations from the state. I'm wondering if our numbers are within the criteria for low risk by September 25th. Will you view that as safe to then proceed with full day, 5-day-a-week schooling? And I don't know which health director to direct that to.
So I'll start with that. So again, there's three broad categories. There's the leading indicator, there's secondary indicators, and there's additional considerations. All those things have to be taken into place. So currently, the numbers fall into the low risk category and favor in-person learning, but some of the additional considerations do not. And so that puts us in a situation where we have to weigh all those factors and make it come up with the choice that's being recommended is the hybrid model. Come September 25th, again, we will have just the information that we'll learn in terms of what is, once we start putting students and teachers back into the school, back to the classroom, what will happen with the numbers? Will the numbers dramatically change throughout the state? Will they dramatically change in town? Will they dramatically change in Fairfield? We hope they don't. That'll be one factor to consider moving to full in-person. But also these additional considerations still have to be weighed. They have the ability to maintain social distancing as best as possible and the compliance with the mask use, and we'll have to look at things like are people coming to school presenting with symptoms, and if there are cases in school, is there compliance with the recommendations that we will be making in terms of quarantine and isolation, and so those are all factors that we have to weigh in the future decision of whether which direction we go come September 25th. So it'll be a discussion of considering all those factors.
Ms. Leeper, do you have a follow-up? Or I'm just wondering what criteria we need to meet if we go back and have the hybrid model in order to achieve optimal distancing between students and our numbers stay low. That's the whole goal, right? So we're continuing to sacrifice for another month in the hopes that we can gradually reintroduce students and maintain low numbers. So if we achieve that criteria, that benchmark, what then do we need to achieve to feel like we can safely return more students to more in-school learning? And I don't know if there's an answer for that, but I think that's on the minds of a lot of families. I know it's on my mind.
I mean, I can start with that. I think Mike kind of expressed that is that we will weigh these factors, and if there's success in those areas, if the leading and secondary indicators stay stable, if there's improvements in the additional considerations in terms of social distancing, there's compliance with mask use, there's compliance with people keeping, not showing up to school and work with symptoms, and then those are the sort of less quantitative factors that we'll be able to say we're having success, that things that right now we've put a lot of not we, but the school system has put a lot of plans in place, and those need to be worked with students and staff there to see if those plans work. They need to be tweaked. I think that's done. And if there's successes in those areas, I think that would lead to a decision towards more in-person learning.
Ms. Leeper, if I may add to that just very briefly, I understand your frustration. We at the health department are equally frustrated, if not more. Sans has heard this before on some of our meetings with both DPH and SDE, the State Department of Education. We've asked those questions explicitly in the hopes that they could give us concrete metrics so that we can say, okay, well, once we check these boxes, Are we safe to go? Are we ready to go? And I've heard the question many, many times in many, many different ways. And the answer that comes back, the only consistent part of that answer that seems to come back is, it depends. It depends on those indicators that Sans had pointed out. And unfortunately, they're not able to provide a hard and fast answer for every single district, because every single district is different. So as much as people, I know, including myself, get very tired of hearing it's a dynamic situation, I think this is one of those times where at least we've got some guidance, some of these indicators that weren't available to us. So we'll be taking that information in addition to what our region looks like for some of those other indicators, and really coming back and making a decision together. But I understand your frustration. We're asking that exact question every single week.
Thank you.
Mr. Telly?
Hi, thank you. I don't know if it's a question as much as a comment, that there is an overwhelming frustration level, and it seems an overwhelming consensus from parents that they want, if our numbers are low, they want their kids in school 5 days, and if we can't do it now, and in 4 weeks from now, knowing that our buildings aren't going to get any bigger, and we're going to try to go from hybrid to 5 days, basically doubling the class size. If we're using social distancing right now, how are we ever going to be able to justify getting these kids back in the building 5 days a week? So I know that we don't have definitive metrics, like you just said, but there is an overwhelming sense from parents that they need some sort of answer to that question, because it doesn't seem to me, 4 weeks from now, we're going to be able to pull off 5 days when our numbers are so low currently.
I don't know who wants to answer that.
So I'll add a comment, and Sans, please interrupt me or correct me if I'm wrong. The comment that I'm going to make is that it's that 6 foot distance that seems to be the greatest impediment, not only for us but for other school districts across the board. To your point exactly, which is the buildings don't plan on getting any bigger anytime in the near future. I think what's going to end up happening, my guess is, and please, I'm not speaking for the Board of Ed or the Health Department, but my guess is that we are going to get better at developing these models to continue to improve the quality of education and to make accommodations so that we can perhaps move in that general direction, although it may not necessarily be like a light switch where it's on or off.
Yeah, I think I can speak for a lot of parents, wanting their children to go back 5 days a week. Never in my mind did I think, by sending my child back, that they would be maintaining a 6 foot distance at all times in school. I know that, they're wearing masks. The masks will be mandatory, and that's part of the, our way to protect each other. But I think maybe that's going to have that distance is going to have to come down from the state guidance to help this along, because it seems impossible to have 5 days a week with full capacity, with the social distancing piece being the problem here.
And so I will add to that, and just that's clearly one of the distinct possibilities, is that the state will consider the guidance that they've provided already, and if things stay stable for the first for the introductory period of the school year, and they stay stable, that maybe potentially the state might reconsider some of these things. There are recommendations from the American Academy of Pediatrics, I think it is. Is that right, Jerry?
That's correct.
That talk about, with the mask use and for younger children, that the distance droplets will travel is much less. Right now, the state has decided to stick with the CDC 6 foot separation, but there's this alternate model out there that they may consider. If experience shows that reintroducing the children to schools and staff to schools doesn't cause dramatic increases in rates, that they may consider some adjustments to that. We've seen adjustments throughout the pandemic to various variables and metrics and controls, and so I think we can, as the different entities have reopened and come back online. So I expect that there will be some changes to some of these metrics as we move forward, potentially.
I'd just like to add to that. Mike mentioned earlier about we may have different approaches for the different levels as we go forward. And listening to, the American Academy of Pediatrics, their findings and recommendations about, less than 6 feet would be perhaps plausible for the lower grades, for the elementary school levels. We're going to have to look at what goes on at all three of these levels. We just can't identify one or two metrics. It really has to be a holistic approach for the different cohorts and at the different levels. And I think that's how we'll have to go forward with it.
Any additional questions, Bonnie?
No, thank you.
Ms. Pitko?
Hi, thanks. Tricia Pitko, I have a couple questions for you, and I don't know who exactly to direct that, if you want to start with Dr. Yoon and then go to Jill or Mr. Cleary. A lot of what I've read in the emails that we've gotten and on social media is a lot of misconceptions or maybe information about the virus out there that I'm hoping you guys can clear up, or at least explain how the virus works, because I'll just throw myself out there. My child and I, we've been wearing our masks, we've been out in public, we washed our hands, we haven't gotten sick, so we thought maybe I can send her to school. Like, to understand how the virus transmits, or why do we have to social distance so much, I think that we need to go over the why of this. What happens with the virus?
I'll start. I can talk to that a little bit. The COVID virus is transmitted through respiratory droplets. So that means whenever you talk, speak, sing, sneeze, cough, these droplets that will potentially contain the COVID virus get sprayed out. Either prevents those droplets from going forward, and if they don't stop all of them, and they don't stop all of them, at least they'll slow them down, hopefully dropping to the floor and be done with it. The hand washing aspect of it, both soap and hand sanitizer actually destroys the shell of the virus. It just collapses. You rinse your hands or you let them dry and the virus is dead. So that's one way. So if you keep that 6-foot distance, clearly those respiratory droplets are not going to come over to you. I've heard some assumptions or maybe some findings for the younger population, the elementary school students, that well, for one thing, they're shorter. So when they cough, sneeze, talk, or shout, their droplets get to the floor a lot quicker. Another supposition is that they have a smaller lung capacity, so that they don't really have the force in their lungs to get it out there, the 6 feet going across. So does that give you an idea, Ms. Pitko, about how it would work?
Yeah, I think also what I'm trying to understand is, like, are children going to be symptomatic? Or are they going to be asymptomatic and still transmit the virus? I don't know I didn't have this prepared before I came, but I'm thinking about it now because I'm starting to understand that maybe some people don't understand how children could not be showing signs but still have the virus.
Well, that's an excellent question. I'm not so sure anybody has the answer for that, but the finding is that children, by and large, do suffer fewer and less severe consequences of the viral infection. Whether or not that in older people, are their immune systems not as robust? Do they have other chronic conditions that make them more susceptible to, getting the clotting disorders that they talk about with COVID-19? But, unfortunately, there's an awful lot we don't know about this disease. So I kind of hang on to the things that I do know. Are there asymptomatic transmitters? Absolutely. Asymptomatic carriers who can then transmit the disease? Sure, that happens, but it happens in all age groups, not just children. we have had very, very few children with reportable disease in town under the age of 10. Very few. But is that because the parents didn't get them tested because their symptoms were either non-existent or they were so mild they didn't consider getting the children tested? Well, that's the question that we need to address.
I guess, Mrs. Mitchell, what I'm trying to understand, or maybe help some people, is like, I go out, I wear my mask, I wash my hands, I use, antibacterial soap, I use Purell. Is the social distancing a huge factor in also keeping this virus away, or is my mask enough?
Well, I'll add into that it's a combination of all the layered things that have been put into place throughout this pandemic. And so, there's activity, people's mobility is dramatically different now than it was February. People just simply do not interact with as many people now than they do then. And so there's a systemic change in what's going on in the community as a whole, the state as a whole, that mobility of individuals has changed. The number of people, and I'm sure you would agree that you probably interact with less people than you do now. And so there's those factors. There's factors of limitations in grocery stores and restaurants and all those things that are put in place at all, another layer in that. And then you add to that these personal measures of wearing the mask, washing your hands, using hand sanitizer, social distancing. Those are key factors. Those are the key factors in moving forward that are really our best defense against this. And so the fact that everybody, and I say that broadly, that everybody's trying to do this is one of the primary reasons the numbers are staying low, is that we're being effective in Connecticut. You all read reports of other states and other cities and towns with large parties and things going on where the numbers explode, and lots of the country right now is recovering from those types of things. So I think those are all layered approaches, and just like what is planned for the start of the school year is layered approaches, better ventilation, more cleaning frequency, cohorting, mask use, social distancing. These are all layers upon layers to provide barriers to prevent transmission, and they are being effective. What we don't know for certain is now we're doing something that we haven't done since March, is we're going back to school, and we're putting these crowds of students and teachers back into the schools. We still have these layers in place, but we fully don't understand exactly what will happen. I mean, there's the potential there will be some transmission. We'll deal with that, but how extensive will it be? And so that's our concern right now. The levels in the state of Connecticut right now, in terms of, you look at today's daily report that the state does, the levels are similar to where we were in March. Before we closed, they're there. We haven't gone down to zero. So the activity, while it's minimal in Connecticut, it still has the potential to take hold and have a second wave again. And that's what we're cautiously trying to prevent as we move towards school, because we recognize the critical importance of getting kids back to school and all the variety of needs that school provides to the community and to these children. And so it's this weighing factor of layering the barriers to prevent transmission, but also recognizing the importance of getting kids back to school.
Ms. Fiscal, the only thing I would add to that as well is kudos to you, because you're doing all the right things that you're supposed to be doing. And thank you for being a great role model for what we all should be doing. Where I'm going to go from there is just a reminder, and it's almost, this should probably go without saying, but I'll say it anyway, is the idea that, look, there are no 100% in medicine, right? And so a lot of what Jill had mentioned, again, is our general understanding of how things function. Will you hear about the fact that some people say that the virus is airborne? Yeah, absolutely. Is there an element, is there an element to it where that's probably the case? Probably. But generally speaking, that's the way that it functions. Again, you're going to hear about asymptomatic carriers. A recent study that came out in JAMA talked about the fact that they estimated up to 40% of COVID positive cases were asymptomatic. So we know that there are asymptomatic carriers out there. So again, no 100% in medicine. I think we have to sort of apply the 80-20 rule, or the 90-10 is, and if we can get most of the people practicing these things that both Jill and Sansa talked about, we'll be in a much better position. And that's really what we need to be, that's what we really need to be pushing for, is to get, people to do that.
Ms. Pitko, any other questions?
Thanks, I'm good for now.
Okay, Mr. Peterson?
Hi, Jeff Peterson, thank you. I'll try to be brief. I have a lot of the same considerations other board members have about not having a firm path, no kind of algorithm to reopening it in October, and the fact that the social distancing is going to remain a challenge because the spaces aren't getting any bigger. But specifically on some of the health issues, one of the things that I'm curious about is has there been a discussion about what level of cases, as we're going to see in cases, what level of cases do we need to see before the school district shuts back down and goes to all distance learning? Are we developing a threshold? Are we developing, it feels like a lot of these thresholds are very subjective at this point. Has there been given thought to like the worst case and how that might play out?
So I'll start with that. With Addendum 4, it's very clear that 25 new cases average per day over a 7-day period is the threshold to revert back to full remote learning. And so if we're going in that direction, that's likely a high consideration that we're saying the other things, the additional considerations, the other controls that we're putting in place aren't working in controlling the spread. And so we'll likely at that point rely more on indicators.
But right now the thresholds were, the leading secondary thresholds were already in the low risk category. Are you saying that 25 cases, 7-day average, that's what we're going with in terms of a switch to shutdown? Or is it possible that we would see a trend and want to shut down before we hit that level?
Well, I'm not saying it's a definitive thing, so I think that we'll always be looking at leading indicator, secondary, and additional considerations in all the decisions regarding which level we're at, low, moderate, or high. And again, I wish I could give you specific metrics. They haven't been provided to us. The state has been talking about them, but they simply haven't been provided. I know that they're working on a variety of things. Each week we're getting sort of a new documentation and new scenarios and new different addendums. But I think that if things are trending bad, and things are going up, we'll be looking at those types of things and saying, these things aren't working. And I think that we'll see, recommendations coming down from the state to say, because it won't just happen here. It'll be a broader type of thing. And so I think that if we see that, I think there'll be a more general consensus to lean towards going back to remote learning.
All right, I'm okay with that for now. I just, again, like you say, we're looking at this, the state has set out clear thresholds, but we're already below those thresholds for full, but we can move beyond that.
Do you mind if I just make a follow-up quickly?
Sure, go ahead.
Would that be okay while we're on this topic? This is Nick Asa. Sam, just to be clear, on that Addendum 4, the way I understand that is 25 cases per 100,000, but our population in Fairfield is not 100,000. So can you clarify, is there an adjustment factor for the town to base so you can tell us how many numbers it factually is for the town of Fairfield based on our population?
Yeah, it's a simple calculation. It's just the average number of cases divided by the population times 100,000. So that's, you get the rate that way. And so, but it's I say that simply, but there's a lot of smart people at the state doing these for us, so it's easy for me to say. But so they're factoring in that this is cases based upon date of test, not date of report. This is 7-day average, so they're running a 7-day average each day, and so each day.
James?
Yes.
James, I'm sorry to interrupt, but perhaps you might want to clarify that that some of these aren't based on individual towns?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, I think excuse me. The data that we'll be looking at will be solely based upon county level data. Is what we're specifically instructed by the state, is that there will be state and county level data that will be used to drive the decisions, not local data. So while the state will produce local data, they are specifically saying, due to the low numbers, and the high variability. So, if we have such low numbers and the number of cases double, that has a significant impact on the rate. And so they're saying the numbers are too low at the local level to rely on them, and that we'll be considering only county and state level data.
So it's Nick again here. So that just adds, it makes my question even deeper then, because if we have one side of Fairfield County spiking and the other side is not, are you saying that the state will be coming to us and telling us all schools in Fairfield County, if we're hitting this threshold, will do, or do we have leniency at the local level? Because now I'm not understanding it properly.
Well, the state has said it's a local decision to go to decide what level you're going to open up at. If you choose full remote at this point, you have to get approval from the state if you're in the moderate to low categories. But again, if we go back to when the schools were closed in Fairfield, we made a decision, and then a couple days later, the state made a decision and said, that's it. So that potential still exists. They're not saying that at this point. But again, I think that right now they're saying it's a local decision. But you're based upon state-produced data at the county level and the state level.
So to be clear, we are going to be relying on your department to provide the school system the local data to make those decisions before the state tells us to, hypothetically.
So we will not. The state has said they will be providing all the data. For consistency's sake, the state of Connecticut will be providing the county level and the state level data. They will be doing the local level data for us because there was requests for that, but they've instructed us not to rely on that in terms of decision making. Because it's when you get down to those low numbers, then that rate is just not a reliable rate.
So the bottom line is, who is providing
Mr. Issa, Mr. Peterson had the floor.
I appreciate your follow-up, Nick, because that actually goes along some of the lines that I've been thinking about, because we are going to have school-level experience. Individual school nurses are presumably going to have experience with who shows up presenting something that may be a COVID symptom, and we're asking the students and parents to report positive tests to us. So is there going to be a scenario under which we have hyper-local data, and it's going to drive us maybe in advance of, us hitting a threshold by the state? Or in the converse situation, if our numbers at the school level are much better than they are in, say, Bridgeport or Stanford, do we have any leeway to move back into full 5-day, even though some areas are going to be crossing a threshold elsewhere in Fairfield County?
So I'll go back to what the state has said, is that ultimately the decision rests with the local school district. That based upon the data provided by the state and considering deleting the secondary and additional considerations, the school system will decide. And so that the data will come from the state, not calculated by the local health department. It'll come, for consistency's sake, it'll come from the state. But again, I can envision in scenarios where if things do not go well, that some schools will have situations where the potential to close a school may exist based upon a significant number of cases at that school, and just the quarantines required make it, simply not logistically possible to operate, and so I can see that as one scenario that could potentially happen. If you have 4 or 5 cases in different grades and lots of people quarantined, and if things, if there wasn't the compliance that we hoped for, that generates lots of contacts. I can see that as a potential scenario. You know, I'm not saying it'll happen, but I can see that where if you have so many people out, it's just that you can't function in person.
Mr. Peterson, I know that's definitely a question that's been on our minds as well. We've requested that sort of guidance from DPH. I believe that was the crux of your original question. At what point in time do we have metrics or triggers where we close a school, or excuse me, a class, or even a grade or a school? And you know, we've asked that information. We've made that request to DPH as well, and they promised to try to provide us some additional guidance. They have, as Sans has mentioned, regularly given the individual towns and districts the leeway because they recognize that there are lots of different circumstances. I think one of the reasons why they're not asking us to look at things on a town level is simply because they also recognize that people migrate. You know, they don't stay within their district, and that's why that's why Darien may have certain numbers, but Norwalk has to take that into account, or they have to consider that because there is that migration of people, and not only the students. Remember, we're also talking parents, family members. So these are all things that have to be taken into consideration. I really wish there was a hard and fast line that could be drawn so that we could check the box and say, okay, that's it, close it down. But I'm afraid, I believe that the decision is going to be a little bit more difficult than that, and probably have to include lots of different considerations.
All right, thank you. I'm gonna ask one very quick thing, and I'll step back. I'm sorry I've taken up so much time. Kind of referring to Addendum 5, the conditions under which students are going to be asked to remain home from school. One of the things that I noticed is obviously we're going to be asking for a lot of people to get COVID tests. And I don't know if I've seen this in my material anywhere. Are we going to make an effort on the town and on the district basis to let people know where they're able to get tests and at what cost and in what timing? And with that, I'll step back and thank you for your answers.
Yeah, I could answer that, Jeff. On the Health Department website, we have a list of all the sites in town and out of town as well, at which you can be tested. My vision is that when we do have any sort of a case in school and we use school notification, and we are recommending testing for particular students who may have been exposed to a positive case and are developing symptoms, according to the grid that they had in Addendum 5. I would suggest when we do that notification, through an email blast or the letters out to school, that we include a list of those testing sites that we feel are that are reliable and quick.
And I'll add to that we're working on trying to improve the availability of testing throughout the state, but also in Fairfield. I just had a talk today with a physician that runs one of the Yale pathology labs about some of the new testing that they're rolling out soon. And so we're trying to see if we can bring that and make that available in Fairfield.
Mr. Peterson, any other questions? Mr. Asa, I'll let you finish your question if the answer was not already given.
No, I have a question a different question, different line of topic. So,
okay.
Mr. Peterson's done.
Okay. I'm actually going to go to Ms. Jacobson, who's had her hand up for a long time, and then I will come back to you.
First question is for Dr. Yoon. I'm just wondering, you had mentioned other districts, and it's interesting because, we have these other considerations. We have the state guidance, then there's the local considerations. So in your experience in working regionally or throughout the state, because we know that there are large districts that are at least planning at this point still to go full-time in, at least at the elementary and middle school levels. So I assume their social distancing is not any better or superior than ours at this time. So is there something in those considerations that you think are unique, or do you feel that those are just going to change and that they will ultimately end up in hybrid? So I'm just getting a feel of, how is this working with each municipality sort of making these calls with these additional considerations and how that's working just regionally.
Sure. Well, I apologize, Ms. Jacobson. I'm not aware of any other school districts that are going in person. I'm not suggesting there isn't, but I'm afraid I don't. The ones that I'm familiar with, mostly here in Fairfield County, are moving towards the hybrid model. However, as of tomorrow morning, I will check and see any other districts that are currently going all in person, and I'm more than happy to get back to you, at least with a survey.
Yeah, we have we can actually provide it for you. As of August 6th, actually, there was a superintendent survey, so we do have that information that's valid at least through August 6th. So I'll leave that with you for maybe a follow-up, if we can get an idea of how this is operating town by town. And then, so one question that I had, maybe for Sam possibly, is locally, I know that the child care guidelines are a little bit different than school, but they've been operating along. They have class sizes that will be roughly the same as our hybrid model class sizes, if not a little bit larger actually, with no masks and whatnot. They're obviously much smaller places, and I'm just wondering, have we had a positive experience in our child care centers here, or throughout the state, at least on a mini model of how things have gone in places where they are not wearing masks and they are cohorting, yes, but not social distancing. So just, has that been a problem in the state?
So in terms of, I can't necessarily answer for the whole state. I know in Fairfield that we haven't had any type of outbreak experiences going on in child care settings as of yet.
Okay. All right, thank you. I mean, that bodes well for at least the class sizes. I mean, it's as close as we've got right now, right, to somewhat compare. And then my last question is this, and anybody can take this if they want. I know we're all dealing with a fluid situation, but let's say you're not comfortable in September. We're not going to get any better social distancing. The number is the same, but you're just not comfortable to say, yeah, we can start moving towards full in-person. When would you be? Is this a vaccine issue? Is this a herd immunity issue? At what point can families say that you would be comfortable with children going back to school 5 full days?
So you're asking me personally.
Or just for our town, yeah.
Yeah. So again, I guess I will kind of go back to what I said. We'll be looking at all the variables there. If what would make me feel comfortable is if we go back and we have students and staff come back in, we have success with achieving as best as possible we can, social distancing, mask use compliance is good, we're not seeing lots of outbreaks in the schools, the numbers are staying low and staying trending level, or decreasing, then I would feel comfortable with that, to say, okay, we are successful in a big change in what's going on in our town, more people getting together on an everyday basis, and that it hasn't impacted the community in a negative way. I think if we can do that, then we can start to consider how can we increase this and continue in that safe manner. I think that bodes well to say if the experience says we can bring kids back together and we're not seeing those increases, and it's largely going to be because of compliance with the types of things that we're trying to achieve. So I think there's a point where if those things happen, I would feel perfectly comfortable with school coming back to full in-person.
Okay, thanks. That's helpful.
I also think, I'm sorry, just to add to that, I also think that more information is going to be helpful. As you've heard it time and time again, that there's always more information coming out. And I think, Ms. Jacobson, as you pointed out, I think the availability of vaccines, how that's distributed, how that changes the R0 or the infectivity rate is going to be helpful. Again, very early on when this virus first came out, we didn't know a lot of information that's very specific to this virus. We applied a lot of knowledge that we use in medicine in other circumstances on this particular virus, the other SARS type of viruses. For example, and I'll just leave it at this whole idea of 6 feet is not a new concept, and it's not specific to the SARS-CoV-2. I mean, we're taking that from other viruses and really applying that. And as we go on, we're finding that that is an appropriate way to manage things. And I think as we get more information, we'll feel more comfortable about saying that we'll feel more comfortable about knowing that we can bring it back into an in-person type of model.
I just want to add on to that as well. We talk about these other kinds of soft variables, the compliance issues with the masks, and, are the kids actually going in there and washing their hands? What are our distances that we're able to maintain? But we may be able to access some more data in terms of illness surveillance in the nursing office. And beyond that, not only just signs and symptoms of COVID-like illness, but actual cases of COVID. And I think all of that will help us on a real micro level manage what's going on at a particular school, a particular classroom, or even the entire district. So again, it's just more information. The amount of information that we have gathered since March, not only ourselves, of course, but worldwide, is tremendous. It's phenomenal. So I'm just looking more for that to get more information and data that we can use in making decisions going forward.
Anything else, Ms. Jacobson?
No, thank you. Not right now.
Okay, Ms. Leeper?
Hi, Jen Leeper. I understand that we're doing a lot of these things to provide multiple layers so that there are protections in different ways through different activities. How are we ever going to get around lunch? So it seems like lunch is like a real weak point in the plan because kids have to take masks off. So when we've removed one layer, the other layers become much more important, right? So then the distance is much more important during lunch when we know we don't have masks. If we know we're not getting more space, how are we ever going to achieve a safe distance for children during lunch when they're not masked? Or what criteria do we need to say that this is going to be a safe risk for this duration? I'm worried this could potentially be a deal breaker going forward.
So
I want to jump in on that if I can.
Go ahead.
Because, just from the school district's perspective, and then obviously if representative of the health department wants to speak to it. One of the things that we're interested in seeing once the students return to school, and we have a sense of, when the survey is done, how many students actually do come back. And as we work through the hybrid schedule of, using the different spaces, if students do come back to school, and we strive to get all students back, how might we begin to free up rooms like the specialist rooms? How might we begin to look at how we've redistributed some of the furniture into spaces like the cafeterias and the gyms, the APRs? Those are all things that we're going to try to find where additional spaces might exist so that we can spread out students when they have lunch. It's going to really be, to a large degree, it's a math problem. But Ms. Lieber, that's how we're looking at it. How we might be able to maximize the spaces once we have a better understanding of the number of students in the room and the number of students in the school, and then the number of spaces that become available in the school as a result.
So even if we have, say, 15% of students opt for full distance learning for the year, let's just say, do we have the square footage to achieve safe distancing when children aren't in masks during lunch if we creatively utilize all of our spaces?
I don't know. I mean, that's really one of the things that's out there as an unknown, because we first of all, I think one of the questions we have is, we all have, is how even, let's take your 15%. How even is it 15% across all 11 elementary schools, right? Or for that matter, even across all the grades within that elementary school. So that's one of the things we have to look at. And then the buildings vary by obviously size and the number of rooms currently in use, and how many rooms might become repurposed for things like lunch. So I apologize, I don't have an answer to that question. I think that that's something that we're gonna feel far more comfortable when we can see it, and then begin to work with it. If that makes sense, or if that helps.
Can I piggyback on Jen's question?
Fine by me. Go, Bonnie.
Oh, thank you. Is that all right?
You can piggyback on that, and then Ms. Max McKinley had her hand up. I'm sorry that Jen, you got a second question.
Just quick, because I think along with Jen's question about lunch is also something that I had asked in our board questions, the use of plexiglass. It seems to me like, again, if the state could issue some guidance and some clarity on the use of plexiglass, I saw it used this summer in ESY and other districts where some SPED students were receiving services at a table. They were clearly, closer than 6 feet. They had plexiglass in between them. If this could be used at lunchtime, to sort of as an accommodation when you have to take off your mask to have lunch, but you still get to sit at a table and you just have the glass in between you, that would be something, in my mind, that we could use, would be practical, and it just needs to get some clarification from the state that that's acceptable, right?
So I do know that we have asked those questions before in terms of getting some additional guidance. I think what you bring up is an excellent point. What you're doing is really reinforcing the idea, and Ms. Leeper, you had said the same thing when you talked about these different layers, right? So I would love to say that under the best of circumstances that we could reduce the risk to zero, but we all know that that's not going to happen, right? And so we want to work on risk reduction and risk mitigation alternatives as much as possible and as much as reasonable. Look, the reality is, and this is my own personal opinion, people can disagree with me, but the likelihood of keeping elementary school students 6 feet apart 100% of the time, I'd be very impressed, right? So what we need to do is we need to be constantly reinforcing, trying to get to that 100% as close as we can with all these mitigating techniques. Now, if that, to lunch, if that means spreading things out, breaking them up into different rooms, putting up plexiglass barriers, I mean, all of these are mitigating techniques that we can use, again, to push the risk down. When I talk to my patients about, heart disease and reducing their cholesterol, right? It's about exercise, it's about diet, it's about stop smoking, control your high blood pressure, things like that. I would love for them to do all of it at once. It ain't going to happen.
And I don't know, Angeles, if you want to address the part of that. I know you've been working with Fire Marshal on some of those approaches.
We actually just received guidance on plexiglass in the schools, and they are, I shouldn't say we received guidance, they're still looking at the possibility of use of plexiglasses. They haven't actually given us the clear go-ahead as of yet, but we're side by side with the fire marshal here in town and the Region 1 for safety to figure out what the best way and the best use of the plexiglass would be.
Thank you, Mr. Papageorge. Your sound is still a little out on us. But we got you. Ms. Rotelli, are you done with that line of questioning? Okay, Ms. Max McKinley?
Thank you. A series of questions. I'll try to go quickly. The first one actually on a slightly different topic. Mrs. Mitchell, we have you here and hopefully a lot of parents.
Ms. Max McKinley, I don't mean to interrupt you, but we're having trouble hearing you.
Sorry, is that better?
That's better.
Sorry, I was up against the pillow. To Mrs. Mitchell, I was just hoping, since we have parents on the, hopefully listening in, if we could get an update on how we're doing for vaccinations for our incoming students, because the state allowed no latitude on that in terms of the time to get it done. And are we doing okay? Does there need to be additional push of advertising that, whether they go to their pediatrician or whether they go to our Board of Health? But how are we doing with just required vaccinations?
We're doing very well. We've contacted every kindergarten student who has not gotten their documentation in, and every 7th grader and 10th grader who did not submit either their physicals or, for the 7th grade, their TDAP and MCV. We've ordered more vaccines. We're using them up every day. People are coming in on a regular basis, and I anticipate we'll do very well with that.
Excellent.
You know, I remember the board did recommend some sort of a public push, but with the beauty of Messenger and Infinite Campus, we can reach a lot of people very quickly, so we just did it that way, and we've got a great response.
Excellent. Good to hear. Thank you. Second question. I was hoping, Mr. Cleary, that maybe you could speak to, and I believe I have an understanding of this, but it's a question I've gotten from the public, which is, why aren't we testing our staff and students?
Well, again, it's. I think it's partially that the recommendation isn't there, and that the there's so the availability of tests is limited. The availability of the supplies to do the tests is limited, and so there's still some hierarchy of testing to preserve those supplies. You know, we're still in the mode of trying to ensure that we have adequate testing for those who have symptoms. And so that's really the sort of one of the driving factors that is going on with this. That, you know, I was just talking today with a physician that is involved in testing and saying that, you know, that the particular test vehicle doesn't have any of the reagents that they need available to do that particular test, so they can't even use it. And so there's still a hierarchy of testing, and, you know, there is some, you know, while there is some value in it, you know, if the entire board went out and got tested yesterday, that only means that you don't have it at that time you took the test. You could all have it the following day, and so it's of limited value, and the type of testing that is most available, the antigen test, that's the rapid test that is available at docs in Fairfield. And while it's indicated for those with symptoms, it's very good if you have symptoms and it's positive. But if you don't have symptoms and you get a negative test, the package insert directions say, well, you have to reconfirm that with another test, a PCR test, to really prove that you're negative. And so there's limitations on the tests out there and the availability of them. And so I think the strategy is still on the preservation of testing to those who have symptoms.
Okay, thank you. And next question is that there's been some very loose discussion in the last 45 minutes regarding closing a school, closing a grade, etc. Can someone just clarify who would make that decision, and can somebody also clarify the notion that there is the possibility in Fairfield that, for example, a single elementary school could close while others are open? So, two questions. Who definitively makes the closing decision, and is it possible that we would be looking at a not on a district level?
So since I brought it up, I guess I'll start with it. For example, at a camp this summer, we had a case that involved an individual, and that there was the number of people that were considered contacts. It was one single case, but the number of people who were considered contacts such that the camp just made the decision to close down for the week and just say, we can't, you know, we're not gonna operate those. It was a 1-week camp, and so they just closed down. So the state is still saying, still hasn't come out with definitive guidance, but on one of the last recent calls, they said, well, if there is a positive student in a particular classroom, is the state's position that all those students in that class would be considered contacts? And the response was that the The state was saying, at this time, we're leaning towards that. So that an entire class, if there was a positive confirmed COVID case within that class, that entire class would be considered contacts, and therefore that entire class would switch to an alternate method of learning, would go under quarantine, essentially. And so...
Okay, Mr. Clary, could you clarify, would that be strictly the cohort that was in the building with that student? Or would it, like, for example, if it's elementary school, if you've got 10 in the morning and 10 in the afternoon, would it be just the 10 who were with that student, or would it be the whole group?
So if there was no interaction, there's no contact, and it would just be the ones that were in contact with the student. So,
okay.
That it's not set in stone yet. And this is some of the variables that we ask every week to say, you know, so how contact tracing works now is we talk to an individual case and we say, tell us all the people that you've been in contact with. And we define that and say, within 6 feet for 15 minutes or more with this individual, or if the individual coughed or sneezed on you or things like that. And so we try to figure out all those contacts. In schools, it may be a little different in the sense that it may be difficult to exactly identify all the contacts because, you know, it's one, the parents won't know, and we can't talk to the kid without the parents there, and the kid may not provide us the most reliable information, as well as the teacher may not always know because depending on the day, depending on what's going on, the teacher may not always be there with specials and things like that. So those are some of the variables that we still are working on how the state wants us to address those things. So, but I can see a situation where potentially, and I'm not saying it'll happen, but where we have several instances like this where there's multiple, you know, one child has two brothers in the same school, they're both contacts, you know, they go into quarantine, and then there's other implications in terms of the contacts that it will have a significant impact on the school. So there's a potential there. Now, these are the types of things where it would come down to a discussion between the health department and those doing the contact tracing and the Fairfield Public School leadership to say, here's what's going on, and there would be a decision on what would be made, what decision would happen. Where, as Dr. Yuna also indicated, there's a potential that we're asking the state for those types of guidance. Addendum 5 gave us some specific scenarios. We've asked for more scenarios to clarify those things.
And so, sorry, go ahead.
I was just gonna say sometimes the way that I explain it, another way to take a look at that James was talking about is the idea of an outbreak versus community spread. So if you think about if there were a case of measles in a particular school, you know, that would be something that could potentially where a school is closed, but the whole district isn't. But if there was an outbreak of measles within the community or the town or the county, you could very easily see an entire district being closed down. So sometimes I think it's easier to think about it, or that's a different way to think about how you would see the two different scenarios.
Okay, thank you. And again, a part of my questioning is the clarification that the more the public hears this, the more they'll understand future decisions. It won't take them by surprise. So that's why I wanted to get that explicitly clarified. Because isn't it also possible that if our measures are showing that everything is going right, that the students, say a student comes up positive, but has had the mask on the whole time, the teacher confirms social distancing, the cohort hasn't been penetrated, that can't the district make the judgment call based on the science that the infection took place, the transmission took place outside school, and that therefore the classroom could stay in operation in person? I mean, isn't that kind of why so much of it is, that's why we're not setting definitive rules yet, because it isn't, it depends. Or is that not possible? If it's positive, we don't care that everything was done right.
Well, we were just discussing this today, like what would actually constitute a contact in the classroom setting. The way that we look at it in the community right now is mask or no mask, a certain amount of time, 15 minutes of time, face-to-face, mask or no mask, less than 6 feet. That's a close contact. Now, if we're in a classroom setting and the children have assigned seats and somebody in the fourth row in the last row of the classroom, is that a close contact with the student who's in, you know, way in the front row, or with the teacher even? And we don't know that yet. We just don't know that. I mean, we have to, you know, Dr. Yoon alluded to, the old-fashioned measures of time and distance and how we use that when we address, outbreaks or contagion and things like that. Again, we're looking for guidance from the state to make those kinds of definitions. I know that New York has done that. Connecticut has not yet done that. But Jennifer, they spring things on us. It seems to be every Thursday night or Friday night. So this may be our week. And I look forward to it.
Okay, I think I believe I have just two more quick questions. First, at this point, because again, I think a lot of parents are cluing into Mr. Cummings' directive that on September 25th, there's going to be a really good faith evaluation of how we are doing. And I'm going to proceed on the assumption, on the hope that, say we're at the same infection rate right now. When you look at three of those additional considerations, the social distancing, the mask compliance, and the cohorting, I assume those can't be evaluated as being of equal value. How would you rank those three in terms of, because it's the one thing that I think is not a useful way to frame our conversation anymore is the phrase abundance of caution. At this point, we have some more science. Abundance of caution is not science. It's not data. And I don't want us making there are situations where if there's some wild unknown, I understand it. But if things are going well September 25th and we're making the decision for October 2nd, I would not want to hear, well, we're just going to continue out of an abundance of caution. And so those three things, because as several other of my fellow board members have pointed out, some of these things are not going to change. The square footage of our buildings is not going to change. And so how do you evaluate those three qualities of, again, the social distancing, the masking, the cohorting, and the hand washing and hand sanitizer?
So I guess I'll start in the sense, while there's no clear metrics that have been provided to us to assess them, that we will look at, it's going to come down to, how effective are we at achieving social distance? So that we'll have to do some types of assessments of that to look at how is it going on, and a lot of that is going to be probably based upon feedback from the staff that provide to the Fiscal Public Schools leadership. How is it going with that? But a big part of this is going to be, are we seeing an increase in cases? Are things changing? Those additional considerations will impact numbers, and so that's really part of what we'll look at is that we can gauge the effectiveness of those things. Yes, there won't be more square footage, but there may be more creative ways to use the space and through time and through smaller groups to be able to effectively achieve better social distancing. And the cohorting, that just seeing how there's a lot of variables that come into play in terms of kids coming in and now going back from different types of options available to them. But again, we'll look at that. How effectively is that working in terms of if there are cases and what the state is requiring of us for quarantine and isolation. And we'll look at how effectively, and the other ones too is are the improvements to the HVAC system moving along? Is cleaning and disinfecting going as expected? And so we'll weigh all those factors. And then again, we've talked a little bit today about what type of assessments would we look at in terms of that. And while there's nothing definitive yet, it's a weighing of all those things along with the leading and secondary indicators.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Gerber? You had your hand up for an hour.
Thank you. I know. I finally put it down. My arm was getting really tired. I wanted to go back to the question of testing. While I had my hand up, I was also looking at the town website, and I looked at the list of testing locations. But I do know anecdotally from friends who have brought their children for testing that not every testing location allows children to be tested, or at least that was my understanding. So is there some way to have a list just that is 18 and under or whatever the cutoff date is? Because obviously all of our students, are going to be under that threshold, or the majority will. And obviously we still would want to have the other testing information because, of course, it's not just students in our building, it's also teachers. I know we've been talking a lot about students, but obviously teachers are going to be impacted by all of this as well. So I think it would be helpful to have that information for them too, but to separate it for, children and adults.
Yes, we will add that.
Thank you.
Mr. Asa, I will go back to you so you can finish your question.
Thank you. Nick Asa here. My question is circling back to masks. We've talked a lot about masks, and I guess this will go to both SANS and possibly Colleen or policy. But regarding masks, who has the authority or input, and what has been decided as to proper mask wearing, what types of masks, and what are going to be the recommendations for children that fall in that exemption if parents have a child that medically has a medical note that they can't wear a mask, but they still choose them to send them to the school? What are going to be the policies around that? If you could touch on that, I'd appreciate it.
Sure, I can touch on initially. The state has indicated that potentially as early as this Friday, they will release another addendum that specifically covers the issue of masks. So I'll leave it at that, is that there's a more extensive guidance coming on masks that is addressing a lot of these questions. The state has clearly said in both the conference calls that we've had today and last week that, that the medical exemptions for masks will be rare, in the sense that there are not a lot of medical conditions that are contraindicated for mask use, and that for those where they have such a severe medical condition that they're precluded from mask use, that those individuals probably shouldn't be in school, shouldn't be out in the community, and so the state is going to clarify this and come out with this guidance coming this Friday. As early as this Friday, he said. Okay.
Nick, I could add on to that. There was a question in the Board of Ed spreadsheet questions about what masks are acceptable. In my research, I have found that the best mask, especially for children to wear, is one that's comfortable for them and one that will maximize their wearing time. So my task to parents is to figure that out now before we're in school. Could it be the loop around the ears? Could it be the gaiter type mask? Could it be, the tie-on? Whatever it is that your child will keep on comfortably, that he's not going to be fussing at as long as possible, is the best mask. Now, we will be having mask breaks, and I think that will go a long way into making it a little bit more tolerable for the students. The other thing that I'd like to say is just that it needs to be a two-ply mask. 2 pieces of cotton seem to be the best, not a knit, not an old T-shirt, not a fleece. The gaiter type mask, though, that I think I saw, I think it was from Dwight. I don't know, maybe Christine, you would know. They were looking for approval on that, and not my favorite, but if the child would keep that up and it's comfortable for them, go for it. I think that's the kind of mask you should go for.
Jill, I think that's a really good point that you make, and I think it's for all of the parents listening that are going to be sending their kids back to the buildings in the hybrid model, no matter what grade. I think getting them used to wearing masks in the house and around town and everywhere. We have a few weeks to do that. I know my son happens to be in a camp in town this summer, and they have a mask policy, and the compliance has been fabulous. I was very surprised, but it's going very well, and I think it's doable, but I think we just have to keep reinforcing that. My second question is not related necessarily to Sands or Jill or Dr. Yoon, but it's more on I brought up policy on mask. So with regard to the reopening, I saw the policy agenda come out, and I'm not sure if this through Mr. Cummings is to Colleen or I would assume Colleen, but it seems like there's a list of policies on this agenda that are going to be impactful with this current plan, this draft. But it could just be me, but it seemed like there was only a few, and there should be potentially a lot more. So I was just curious, is this list the be-all, end-all, or are there going to be more? And if there are going to be more, do we have a schedule and a time frame to get this done prior to the start of school so we can be within our policies?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. This is Colleen DC. I'm the Executive Director of Personnel and Legal Services. To answer your question, Mr. Asa, this list, it was about 10 policies, and some of them are specific. For example, our green cleaning policy is one of our more specific policies, and that one is going to allow us to use disinfectants in school, where the policy as it stood before would not have allowed that. So that's an example of the specific policy. But for the most part, these policies are intentionally broad. There is not a mask policy in there that is being put forward for the policy committee to consider on Thursday. However, there is a policy that is concerning health and safety protocols related to the COVID-19 pandemic. And the thinking is that with passing that policy, that will allow administration to develop administrative regs that go along with the policy so that we are in compliance with the recommendations from the health department, from the CDC around masks or other PPE as it continues to evolve and we continue to get more information for that. So if the CDC comes out and says in a couple of weeks that only 3-ply masks are any good, then that allows us to update our administrative regulation to reflect that change without having to go back to the policy committee and then to the board to reflect that change. It lets us be a little quicker in our response.
Okay, and I'm assuming the policy committee is on the same page with that.
Speaking for the policy committee, I can't speak for the policy committee because we have not met yet. So we'll be meeting on this Thursday, and we'll take from there. So it would be premature for me to say.
I appreciate the feedback.
I just want to add that policy, I believe, Ms. Ducey, came from CABE, the Connecticut Association of Boards of Education. They drafted some of the language for this, just so school districts had a policy in place to open up the school year. The guidance they had been giving board chairs is that the majority of policies would be able to stay in place. There might be a need to suspend some policies due to the pandemic, and a lot of the changes might be able to be handled through administrative regs. Obviously, the policy committee, as Ms. McAnally said, has not met and had a Fairfield take on that, but just wanted to share the origin of the policy that Ms. DC referenced. Just, Mr. Asa, do you have any more questions? I don't mean to cut you off, just more the health and safety for the Department of Health before we go into other districts?
I'm all set.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. McAnally, sorry.
I just have a specific follow-up to Mrs. Mitchell, because I just read an article yesterday that those gator masks are actually considered to be worse than not wearing a mask at all, because the material of the gator mask causes the droplets to fracture and break up into the air, and so that actually more of them get out. So
Jennifer, I read the same article, and they referenced fleece gators, not the gator type that I saw that was, I guess it was Christine who had sent me a picture of the Dwight gator. But it was, what you wear for skiing, the fleecy kind that really are rather porous. I read the exact same article. So as I said, the material, it's better not to be a knit. It's, the woven, I don't know, it's the not woven cotton that it would be stretchy, but the unstretchy cotton, or of course, the surgical masks. Does that clarify it for you?
Thank you so much for clarifying.
clarifying that.
Okay.
And I'll just
Yes,
add,
thank you.
I'll just add that the State Department of Public Health was aware of that article, and that actually delayed the release of the mask guidance that they're putting out. They had hoped to get it out earlier, but they wanted to include the review of that article prior to releasing the mask guidance this Friday or so.
Thank you. And just one more thing about masks. I have a question just to being around this topic. Will there be certain students that a surgical mask might be required? I know that for ESY, some students, it was suggested that they wear surgical masks rather than a cloth mask, maybe if they're in close contact with staff.
Jill, do you have any insight on that?
Jill, did you want to answer that? This is Rob Mancusi.
I went muted there. Sorry about that. We weren't recommending surgical masks for those students who were in ESY. If anything, we frequently just recommended that they wear a face shield if the child wasn't able to tolerate wearing a mask. Certainly with the guidance in Addendum 5, there are specific recommendations for the child to be putting on a surgical mask if they are displaying COVID symptoms or if their test came back positive while they were at school.
And just a reminder for everybody that I'm sure you've seen many people break this, to cover your nose. Just a little public service announcement to make sure the nose is covered with the mask.
Christine, after I finish my spiel about the mask, yes, it's got to be comfortable, but it's got to cover your nose, your mouth, under your chin with a tight seal.
Preach, Jill, preach. Ms. Macinelli, are you done with your questioning? Okay, Ms. Rotelli.
Hi, thanks. I'm going to go back to Mr. Asa's round of questioning, and just to clarify something for Sands or Jill, when someone gets a COVID test, the results are reported to the state, right? A positive result is reported to the state by the lab or the doctor?
So the laboratory will electronically report it to the state.
And then the state takes that information and puts it into a system that you can access on a daily basis?
That's correct.
I mean, I'm not saying it takes, a day to get the results in some labs, but when they get the results, it's updated, and then you guys get that. You can access that information on a daily basis, correct?
That's correct. Yeah, so it's basically when it gets uploaded,
right.
It gets into the system, then the state actually, we have access to both systems. There's the state disease surveillance system that we have access to. That's where it goes initially, and then it gets pulled over into the contact tracing system, and we have access to that as well.
So you're able to see on a daily basis the new cases for Fairfield and the new cases for the state?
Yes. So, but the one caveat to that is that the tests, those are PCR tests done at the lab. So, for example, the antigen test done by, the rapid antigen test done by docs doesn't quite transfer in the same way. So we don't necessarily always see those. So we're working on that system.
But safe to say, you get the state gets the information first, they disseminate it down to the local health departments, and that's where you guys get your numbers. So if we're talking about trying to find what the 7-day average is, that's where you're getting your information from, and it's updated daily.
So it's a slightly different. Those numbers will actually. The state has specifically said that the while we can calculate them locally, and we have, the state will produce those specific metrics because it's not based upon the date that the report was sent. It's based upon the date that the sample was collected, and so that's the nuance of it.
Right.
Why the state is calculating this is that it's based on the date collected. What you see on most of the Johns Hopkins websites and others out there is it's just when it was reported, and so it's a slightly different metric. But what it does is controls for things like we saw on July 24th, where there was a large data dump by one of the labs. It
Right.
levels out those measures, and we actually see a better trend.
Okay, thank you. And my last question for Jill and maybe Rob Mancusi, can you just give everybody an update as ESY is ending this week? An overall, how did it go? Any takeaways? The good, any bad? Just so everybody has a sense of, how our in-service program went.
Sure, I'd be happy to speak to that. This is Rob Mancusi, Executive Director of Special Education and Special Programs. This is week 6 of our in-district live in-person ESY-related services program. It has been very successful, I'm happy to say, other than, we missed 4 days due to the storm. One of the biggest takeaways, and Jill, you can speak to this as well, is the ability of some of our most impaired students to wear masks. They did wonderfully, surprisingly much better than we anticipated that many of them would. That's not saying they didn't need some prompting, they didn't need some coaching around it, but by and large, our students, with coaching from staff, stepped up and did a nice job. Gotten some positive feedback from parents that they were appreciative of the live-related services, and even the behavioral coaching that was provided in terms of students who had, direct instructional programs that were, reviewed with parents so parents could carry over programming at home. So, in a nutshell, we're happy, knock on wood, we have 3 days left. We're very pleased with the way our ESY program went this year.
And Bonnie, if I could just add on that, I was really grateful for the opportunity to kind of test out our surveillance that we had going on at the school. And we did use parent input on a screening tool every morning. We did take temperatures when the children arrived, but I have to tell you, this was an extremely small sample of students. Rob, I think it was about 54 students total.
Yeah, I think there was around 54, yes.
Yeah. So for those 54, and I saw them wear their masks, and I was absolutely thrilled by that. And I think it just, goes to the value of conditioning these students, little by little, time by time, so that they can get used to it and they can tolerate it. We didn't have any incidents over the course of it. We did have to send home a few students who were febrile coming in, but we got doctor's notes and had that explained, and it all worked out very well.
And if I could just make one last comment on masks, this is Rob Mancusi. Like Sam said, more guidance is coming out at the end of the week. We do have a meeting with a special ed meeting at the state level on Thursday afternoon. It was scheduled for last Friday afternoon that we were expecting some updated data or guidance. They delayed releasing that guidance, so Thursday we will be having a meeting with all special education administrators throughout Connecticut, and on that we will be discussing masks as well as providing services to students with disabilities in all the 3 different service models. Finally, I just want to point out that if people are not aware, if they have not reviewed Addendum 2 to the reopening plan that the state has released, particular to preschool students, there is no longer a requirement for preschool students to wear masks. We are encouraging them to wear masks, and to Mr. Ace's point, we feel that our students, and even though it was a small number of 54 in our ESY Live program, they were able to wear their masks. We did send, a social story. We sent a short video to parents to review with their children prior to entry into the program. But I just want people to be aware right now the guidance from the state is that preschool children are not required to wear masks anymore. We have submitted a question for clarification on the reasoning behind that, because we believe our preschool students do have the ability, again, with coaching and some direct teaching if needed, to utilize masks. So we're looking for some clarification on that as well. And I did speak to Joe Mitchell on that this afternoon. So just to keep the board updated.
Any other questions? Mrs. Gerber.
Yeah, Jessica Gerber. I'm sorry. One thing I was just wondering about, and I know we keep hearing we're waiting to get more guidance from the state. We're waiting to get more guidance from the state, but I mean the clock is kind of ticking out on the beginning of the school year. So, do we have any sense? Is there some sort of a drop dead date when they're actually going to say, okay, this is what you have to work with, or is I understand that numbers change and things change, but it's very hard, as you know, to plan for things when it seems like we're always just sitting around waiting for more guidance from the state. But
Mrs. Gerber, I could not share your sentiments more. We did receive late this afternoon, early this evening, a frequently asked questions document from the state as part of the reopening the reopening plan, volume 2. There is something in there in terms of asking for clarification from the state on medical exemptions for students who don't wear masks. The state said that we should have that guidance by the first day of school. So my point is the guidance, we react to the guidance when we receive it from them.
Right, and I understand and appreciate that.
And I appreciate the sentiment behind the question.
Right. And I guess I'm sorry, one other question just for Sands or Dr. Yoon or Jill. Is there any way that there could be kind of like a cheat sheet for parents just with kind of the most important information that you feel, just because, there's so much paper. I mean, I'm surrounded by paper right here in my living room looking at all of this stuff, and with all of the addendums and everything like that. And, I just think sometimes it can be a bit overwhelming for parents when they just want a really quick answer to something. Like if my son's class, if somebody is diagnosed with COVID in my son's class, does my son in a different school or a different class also have to be quarantined? Just questions like that are fairly simple that would be, instead of them having to dig through things and constantly be asking over and over again. I don't know if that's possible, and I realize that probably with a district this big, there are going to be lots and lots of questions, but if there's just some kind of basic questions just about what happens if a child is diagnosed with COVID. Like I know with the addendum 5, it says what that child does, but how does that impact the teacher, the other students, the siblings of that student, the siblings of the students in the class? I mean, just you can see there's this ripple effect that, and we've gotten a lot of questions from parents asking what happens when someone in my child's class is diagnosed with that. So if there's some way to provide some more specific guidance.
I think we can work on that.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. Sands, do you want to take that?
Well, I was saying I think we can work on some of that. Like you said, there's so many questions out there. I mean, there's pages and pages of questions that you've already received, and and so we can try to come up with some of the basics. But go ahead, Jill. I'll let you.
Jessica, we're planning to bring the nurses back on August 24th, and I'm working on some training specific for them, just so that they are adept at answering and fielding those kinds of questions. And if any of you have spoken to your nurses and they say, I don't know, the questions come back to my office, and hopefully not to Sam's office, but I'm certainly going to make use of that. So I would say that we can certainly have a quick cheat sheet available for parents like that. But I would say that for those kinds of medical type questions, your school nurse will be your first stop for it.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Sleeper?
I'm wondering if we could just get a summary of what we know to date about air quality and ventilation in the schools. It seems like there's been a lot of updated or conflicting reports about whether or not AC is safe to run, fans in the classrooms, all of that sort of thing. How is it possible to have doors safely ajar? I was just wondering if for the public, you could give an update of what we know at this point.
Angeles, are you going to take that one?
Mr. Popovich?
Having trouble with my mute button there.
Yeah.
And I guess I'm still having trouble with volume. We're state day by day on that. We also have contracted with an environment to come in and look at the systems, as we had talked about in the past, of what we're running in each building, determine what the standards are and what we should be running, what we shouldn't be running. There was a state last week on split units, fans, small window conditioning units. At the conference call, they were recommending type of stuff be turned off, but they also offered that we would be getting guidance on what types of units specifically should be turned off, what can be run, and we haven't yet. We're still waiting on that. There is the concern that the smaller units are just air within the room, so that's why they're pushing for those to be shut off. I think our biggest is we're waiting for the engineers to get back to us now that they've started doing the investigation. We should have those reports starting to trickle in at some point next week, and by the end of next week, we should have reports in hand, and that'll give us the time to get in there with our in-house HVAC guys, recommended changes or alterations to the systems. Kind of helps you. It's not full clear yet because, again, we're still waiting. I know that term keeps, we're waiting for the state guidance, but they did offer just last week with some guidance, and I've not gotten that guidance to us yet, primarily because there's some special units, and you can put a units to make them work better, make them safer to use, and their investors don't want to just give us a no, shut everything off. They want to give us the best option possible. So, and that's why it's been delayed, and we're hoping to get it soon so we can get in and get those.
Okay. Your sound was not very good, but for a quick recap, and correct me if I didn't catch this, there is an HVAC consultant looking at all of our buildings to optimize the right settings to create the most healthy environment within the school. We're waiting for some guidance on fans and certain types of air conditioning units, specifically those that take the interior air and just circulate them around, that air around a room, as opposed to units that would bring fresh air from the outside of the school in. And I think that people can understand that if you're maintaining social distancing, you don't want to just blow around possibly infected air. And we're waiting for state guidance. So if we had $1 for every time we said pivot, fluid, flexible, and waiting for state guidance, we'd be able to buy probably new air conditioning for all of our school buildings.
I just, to the chair, one other question, and I don't know that it's the appropriate time in this meeting, but at some point, are we going to discuss the costs related to all of these additional specialists and consultants? And let's say that we do need ventilators or we need modifications made to ACs. There's many things. Is there going to be a time where we do discuss those costs?
There is going to be a time once the plan is finalized and we have an idea of what those costs are and what we are putting actually in place. The board will be getting that. We will not be discussing it at this meeting, however. Just looking at the time, I want to, Mr. Peterson, I'm going to let you have the last question for the Department of Health so we can move on.
Sorry, it's actually more for Angela, since we were talking, Ms. Leeper brought up the issue of doors, and we've been talking about this, and Mr. Cummings said about doors that remain ajar, that they're going to need to be monitored by a teacher. I was wondering whether there had been any consideration of whether we could hire external security guards, the people to patrol the grounds, to watch doors from that direction, to allow more doors to be open rather than have individual teachers inside individual classrooms monitoring doors that are open.
So we've been working with the Fairfield Police Department calls and safety for that type of stuff. Mainly what is windows and whether they can be open. Doors we wouldn't want to leave open unless not just patrolling the area, but actually stationed at an open door. Well, leaving doors open, we're talking about in the morning or afternoon when students are arriving or leaving. Going to have staff stationed at those particular doors so that we can space out doors being used and the students coming in, so they're not all coming in through one bottleneck type of thing.
I understand that. I'm thinking more about classroom doors, the individual classroom doors that we have.
Or into the hallways.
I think that Mr. Peterson is talking about the classroom doors that open up just to outside.
Elementary class doorways that have individual exterior doors.
And I
can wait till later if later is a better time for that.
No. I just caution just in terms of this borders on school security. So just for that.
I understand.
That's for Mr. Papa George. You can answer the question, keeping that in mind.
Yes, I'm going to say that. But as for interior classroom doors, if I'm understanding you correctly, doors that go into the hallways as opposed to outside?
No, for ventilation purposes, there are any number of school buildings that have elementary classroom doors that open to the outside, individual classrooms that open to the outside. It's my understanding that our current security guidance is that a teacher needs to monitor that door if it is open. Can't we have a situation where there are guards outside patrolling the grounds that would alleviate the need for the individual classroom teachers to monitor a door that is otherwise open for the purpose of ventilation?
Have to take that up more in an executive conversation and go over the procedures for safety in the buildings.
I'm fine with that. I'm happy to move on.
Any last questions for Mr. Cleary, Ms. Mitchell, or Dr. Yoon? Okay. Seeing none, Sam, Henry, Jill, thank you very much for taking the time tonight to meet with us. Be forewarned as we get closer to school and definitely into September, and as new guidance comes out, I may be calling you on you again to, if not join the board, to possibly host a webinar just for parents. I think it's very important that parents just understand what the symptoms are, if a child's sick, we want to be partners with you on that. I realize that if we want to keep our schools healthy and our children healthy, we're going to be relying on parents, to really be very cognizant of monitoring their children's health before they send them to school in the morning. And that is really all I'm going to say about that for now. I know that more information is going to be coming out from the school nurses and from the individual building administrators. So thank you, and have a good night.
Okay. Thank you very much, Christine. I appreciate it.
Okay. Moving on, discussion of hybrid learning plans. Mr. Cummings, I will let you give us an introduction and guide us through this.
Okay, thank you. I just, just want to echo the thanks given to Mr. Cleary and Ms. Mitchell and Dr. Yoon. It's extremely helpful to have their support through all of this process. And as I said before, this year they've been invaluable from pretty much from the very beginning. So I want to give some introduction to the hybrid learning plans, and then I think what we'll, given the hour, our best time is best spent answering board member questions. just quickly to speak to the idea that the work around the hybrid learning plans and to the remote learning plan, which we'll discuss more in more detail in tomorrow's webinar, was rooted initially in the conversations that we had with parents, emails that we received with parents, and from staff members during the course of the distance learning period that began in mid-March. We worked, while there was a great deal of a success with that, there was also areas that really raised concerns among parents. And I think one of the most overriding concerns was the inconsistency across classrooms with parents' perceptions and experiences, students' experiences with distance learning. So we conducted that formal survey at the end of May. As part of the reopening plan, a number of our parents thankfully jumped into the enormous amount of information that was returned from that survey and provided us a really great breakdown of the key areas. In the second week of July, we shared those survey results with, I would say it was close to 100 teachers from across the district in pre-K-12, as well as pretty much every administrator. And they then broke into grade level groups. The elementary group was actually 2 groups, K2 and then 3-5. And they responded to that. They responded to what the parents raised as concerns, and they also worked with what they identified as ways to grow. And they worked on this idea of what truly blended learning is. So I'm going to give a quick definition of blended learning, and then blended learning is essentially, blended learning doesn't belong in a learning environment. It's not brick and mortar schools. It's not online learning. It's not even the hybrid approach. Blended learning is really this idea that how do we use technology to differentiate instruction for students? It requires teacher presence. It requires teacher interactions with students. It's not an online learning environment. It's not an online learning course. It really requires continual student-teacher interactions, but it also allows the use of technology for students to accelerate their learning or to get additional remediation, to work in small groups. And our teachers and administrators worked on that in July because we took that approach that no matter what learning environment we found ourselves in this year, and with the understanding that we probably would find ourselves in multiple learning environments this year, that we could have some consistency in instructional expectations. So that work formed the basis of the hybrid learning plans. I want to point out a couple of key areas that these groups of teachers and the administrators worked on. And it was really all about building consistency, as well as expectations. So one of the identified areas from parents was the idea for a consistent set of communications. We've done that. One was the need for a consistent learning interface, which we have locked down as Google Classroom, although students will be involved with other learning apps as appropriate for their instruction. Other areas that we addressed were consistent expectations for assignments, for pacing of the curriculum, because there was concurrent work around curriculum revisions this summer to really identify the key standards that needed to be achieved. And then we also worked on how we would implement assessments in these learning environments. So as we move into a hybrid learning environment, where teachers are going to be involved, students will be involved with their teachers at the elementary every day of the week, and at secondary, 2 days in class and 1 day virtually. How do we best use the time when teachers and students are together, and how do we best use the time for students when they're working independently? And that's really been the focus of the work for both the hybrid learning and for, if we do need it, the remote learning if that comes to pass. So I think I've said everything I need to say, and I'll turn it now to board member questions. We do have the administrators from across the district with us tonight, as well as our central office instructional team to answer your questions.
Okay, take it to the board. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Cummings on any of the models? Ms. Ratelli?
Hi. So my concern with the models and the hybrid model in particular is the 2 days off. We didn't have a great experience here. I've heard a lot of feedback. the distance learning, I know, is not going to be the same. I know you guys are beefing it up. But kids being left to themselves to log on to Google Classroom for posted assignments with no availability to talk to a teacher because they're teaching a different cohort at school to answer questions. You know, I've lived that frustration from a child who, you know, has no idea what they're doing, can't figure it out. And I'm wondering why we are not doing live streaming. And I know that, I mean, I've heard you say before that, you know, you didn't think it was a good idea, but, you know, I'm living in a house where I have a student who is in another school who was live streaming all day, got to interact with their teacher every day, got to interact with their other students every day, and the experience was night and day. I think, you know, in the absence of being in class, actually having a teacher on a video screen helping the children in real time is priceless. There's nothing compares to that. You know, if we're talking about leaving a kid to their computer alone, you know, the chances of them not even logging on just because they're, you know, completely given up. So I want to know, especially, and, you know, my frustration again, if we can't get ourselves to metrics that allow us to get back to 5-day learning, we can't, like, it would be unacceptable to me to have this 3-2 model or 2-3 model that only one day is synchronous learning and the other two, when they're not in school, are on their own. Like, we would have to make a commitment to get to live. I can only imagine it would be live streaming video unless teachers are just recording their lessons and posting them. So just would love to hear your thoughts on that.
Sure. I'll start at the last question or thought, which is that the hybrid learning model is not a remote learning plan model. And I want to differentiate out here two things. One, we're putting in place a remote learning model for the optional plan. So for parents who are beginning the school year in choosing the remote learning, that's a plan that we can discuss tomorrow night at the webinar, and we can discuss further at the next board meeting if you wish. But that's not going to be the remote learning plan if the district itself is forced to go into full remote learning, if every student is in remote learning. And our expectation would be that if that were to happen, our expectation is that at least 50% of the instruction that students are going to be involved in at every level is going to be synchronous instruction. So teachers are going to be interacting with students through the use of live video at least 50% of the time, whether that's whole group, small group, individually, but that's our expectation. To the question of the use of live video and the idea of live streaming, we've spent a lot of time discussing this as an administrative team, and we don't support it as an instructional method. I will tell you that I think, first of all, before we even get to the instruction, there's a serious issue, serious questions, I should say, that still need to be answered about the district's ability to move to live streaming instruction at scale across the school system. You know, you think about just the number of high school classrooms, for example, that we have, the number of students that are at home. There's going to be issues around that. The other issue is just the fact that a teacher in a classroom is teaching at any one time to two different audiences. That's going to be a problem in a class of where you've got 10, 12 kids in front of you and 10, 12 kids sitting at home. It's going to be a very difficult instructional model to sustain. And the default that happens out of that is sit and get instruction, which is the type of instruction that we're very deliberately, first of all, we have very little of in Fairfield anymore as it is, but we don't want to promote as the default learning instruction. There's a time and a place for it, but if that's all we rely on, we are not going to meet the needs of our learners, and nor are we going to truly engage them. in their learning and the true problem solving that they need to take place in. So I think what we're aiming at, what the teachers worked on this summer, is finding an appropriate balance of instructional methods when kids are in school and at home. And your point, Mr. Tully, is a very fair one about students sitting at home and will they actively engage. That was very much a part of the reasoning for the 6-12 hybrid schedule that was developed. It was to make sure that students are not away from their teachers for very long, that during the course of the week they'd be seeing essentially their teacher every other day, that they could get assistance the next day. And I will tell you, and while we can't yet commit to this, the other thing that we want to think about and are looking at is how can we provide additional supports for students when they are home? So is there a call-in helpline? Are there other people that we can make available? Some of this is going to be dependent on how we staff and are able to staff as we have a better understanding of the teachers coming back to school and the teachers perhaps not coming back to school, but also open to the idea of do we need to hire additional supports for students, particularly students who have shown that they struggle in the online environment and do struggle with staying engaged and needing additional support. So, there's a district commitment to make sure that every student who needs it gets ongoing support throughout the school week, and whatever may follow as a result of it. And I don't know. Well, I'll leave it at that.
Next, a follow-up question.
Ms. Rotelli, are you done? Can I yield the floor? Yes, Mr. Go ahead.
Mr. Cummings, let me ask you a question about the live streaming from the classroom. What would that take technologically wise? Like, could it come from the smartboard, or would you have to have different technology to do it?
There's a couple of different ways to do this, and I asked a couple of weeks ago, Miss Burns, our IT director, for this information, and I'm not going to read this to you, but there's a couple different options. I want to be clear that when I want to be clear, really make a general statement here, that anytime we talk about costs, we put the costs out not to say, oh, there's a lot of money, we don't want to spend it on our kids. That's not the point. I think it's to make the point that, as the board well knows, that we work within a budget and we have to make the decision on how to best spend our funds. But one of the more inexpensive ways to do this would be to say, to put in a standard webcam for about $115 a classroom. And that way, you essentially would put it in the room and it would broadcast back out, similar to what we're doing tonight in a way. One of the things we'd have to look at, though, is, how then it would interact. Would it follow the listener? Would it remain stationary? These are all the things that we would then have to begin to work through so that the camera, in a sense, actually acted as the eyes of the student sitting at home, as it were, rather than, you're looking through a portal and hoping that something will pass in front of it. So those are things that we would have to. And then, quite frankly, some of the more, you can quickly rise in costs with different solutions that would provide more flexibility, but of course, with those different options become more expensive.
I'll ask later. I was piggybacking on that one.
Okay. Ms. Jacobson.
Hi, Jen Jacobson. I have a few questions, and some of them pertain, there's some differences between elementary and secondary, but generally speaking, on the remote days, regardless of level, we got sample, and it's on the website if anyone doesn't have it, the sample schedules for in-person on those days. However, there wasn't really any structure to the remote days. So I'm wondering if you could speak to exactly what those days are, like you wake up on Monday morning, you're in remote mode, what is your day? Is it the 1-3 day, like the ones that kids are in school? Is it, I mean, I know for the elementary, they're flip-flopping, so those guys go in and out, but for 6 through 12, I didn't see a structure to their remote days.
Sure. Okay, I would ask if either Dr. Zavichanczyk or Dr. Parrish want to speak to this question.
Good evening. This is Vicki Parrish, Executive Director of Operations and Processes. So for the secondary level, are you referring to the remote time when the remote days where that cohort is not in class, or are you referring to that Wednesdays? So
when they're home, yeah, like not Wednesday.
Right. So there's not a set schedule. They are able to work on the material for either that day or, that 1-3 day or the 2-4 day. There's not a set schedule because there aren't teachers that actually facilitating lessons during that point in time. So that's that's the time when the students are working independently, or either on material that was previously covered by the teacher or materials that the teachers put together in preparation for the lesson that they're about to teach. And so when they do come back to that class, they can have a discussion either jointly as a class on Wednesdays or individually as cohorts, depending on which day of the week it is. But there's not a set schedule for the remote learning time when students are not in person other than on Wednesdays.
Okay.
And may I ask a follow-up to that?
Yeah.
How then is attendance being addressed? And so I have two parts to that. How is attendance being addressed on those days? And then secondly, to Mrs. Jacobson's point about a schedule, what about for the full distance learning students? That schedule came with a time allocation, but no expected schedule, and that's going to have a teacher devoted exclusively to that group, so there's no reason it couldn't be live. So could you speak to both points?
Right. So those that opt to go completely remote have a completely separate program, so to speak, than those that are in person that are doing the hybrid model. So those that are remote, we're still trying to decide whether or not they are going to, and it really depends on the number of students as well as staff that are opting out of the hybrid learning model. That will determine whether or not we have to pool kids from across the district in order to identify a teacher that might be able to support them or actually provide the instruction in a English, for example. So that's one of the options. The other option is that those students would then follow the schedule of those that are in the hybrid plan, but they would really only have an opportunity to interact with teachers on that Wednesday. One of the things the state has stressed is that those opting out of the hybrid plan are opting into a program that's not one-to-one instruction per se. And for us, we want to make sure that we maximize the amount of time that we do provide that instruction, but without knowing the exact numbers of students that are going to be in that category, we can't say whether it will be the separate district-wide academy or something that will be handled on a school level. It makes it more tricky at the high school level because of all the specialty courses and electives, as well as the different certifications that are required for teachers to be able to actually teach the classes that they do. In reference to the other part of your question, which was on the days, how would attendance be handled? So it's similar to how it was when we were in the spring in terms of engagement. Teachers would put some sort of engagement type of activity in Google Classroom, and that would be utilized as, in terms of their response as a means of teachers being able to take attendance for that particular day.
Can I jump in on that for 1 second? Ms. Maxim-Kelly, I just want to follow up on the first part of Dr. Parrish's response. The other, as she said, this question or this answer is a simpler one at an elementary school where you could bring students together, as we've talked about in the past, right? You could bring students from different schools together and complete a third grade classroom. At the high school, it may be a cobbling together, quite honestly, of several different options. It could be that we have enough students for certain classes and we're able to support that. And to your point, yes, that those students would have a schedule. The students in the third grade class would have a learning schedule that would consist of synchronous live instruction throughout the day. But it also is possible to what Dr. Ferris said about, say, a student is taking a singleton course, a highly specialized course. One of the things that we need to explore further when we have the numbers, as well as our neighboring districts have the numbers, is do we work with the other towns in Fairfield County, for example, to support a group of students who are taking, AP chemistry? Because we only have one or two, and everybody has one or two. Do we need to put our resources together to hire a teacher who would take all of those students together and provide them in a remote learning experience? So some of this, as Dr. Ferris said, is still to be determined as we know the numbers and we know the kids and their needs.
Okay, Mrs. Jacobson, thank you for letting me jump in on that. I will say I still don't understand, because I think we can expect that in the elementary school there will be at least one class per grade, and I don't understand why we don't have a very clear published schedule of 9 to 9:30 you can expect this, 15-minute break, 9:45 to 10:30 expect this. That kind of thing I think parents are very much looking for, but I will back off because this is Mrs. Jacobson's.
Well, I do want to answer it, because I think one of the things that would be determined is to what Dr. Ferris was saying, if you think, and I agree, I think that we probably will have at least one section of every grade level. But that then says, okay, then we're going to have to assign, whoever, we now are creating a mini school where we're going to have to distribute specialists across that. So the schedule is going to vary depending on how the specialist and where the specialist is coming from. So as we move forward with planning, we can lock down a schedule much more cleanly, but we don't have the ability yet to do that because we don't have the numbers and we don't have the kids.
Can I keep going?
You may.
Okay. So I just want to make sure the public is following along a little bit clearly that when we talked about the 50% synchronous learning, that was in like full remote mode. The district goes remote, your classroom goes remote. The hybrid model, on your remote time, there would not be any synchronous learning.
Yes, there would be. So on Wednesdays is when the majority of the synchronous learning would take place. And on Wednesdays on the secondary level, they basically would follow there's a schedule that they would follow for all 8 of their classes on the high school level and all 7 of the classes on the middle school level.
Right,
so that's where
I apologize. Wednesdays, yes, but on 2 days a week, there will not be any live instruction from at home. So just so the public knows, we're talking about different buckets of scenarios here. Hopefully that was clear. I agree with Jen Maxon-Kennelly that this is probably more of an attendance policy issue, or to how we start to think about attendance. But also, I do think that this might be a battle in some houses, or just really difficult. I mean, a 12-year-old versus an 18-year-old. This is a broad range of development, and I know it's up to the administration to decide, but I would agree that some sort of sample schedule, English, whatever, so they know that they're supposed to check in with their English teacher or do their English homework or do math homework. I mean, and if people don't want to use that, then obviously they don't have to. But to some, that might be an incredibly helpful tool. And then I guess this also goes back to Bonnie's first point, and I will say that, is no instruction on the remote days worse pedagogical approach than a live stream? So, I mean, and that's a philosophy question and food for thought, but that there's something to that. I will admit I am a little bit worried about 2 days a week with half our student population not being connected. So, in this model, and there are other ways that other districts have done this where there is a time at the end of the day and there is also extra help though, right? Every day there is still going to be extra help, just like there has always been, correct? That's my understanding. Is that correct, Mr. Cumming?
That is correct. And I think that one of the lessons learned, in the spring was this very issue. You can define it as attendance, but I know what you're really talking about is this level of engagement. We are increasing the expectation around those types of things that make sure that students are engaged in their class and that we can provide additional supports for the schools and the teachers to, you know, as students, if you think about it from an SRBI perspective, how we're going to provide intervention is to keep kids engaged when they're not in school. It's that type of approach to the work we're taking.
Yeah, so I mean, we're in a new zone here because last year in the spring, it was a shorter period of time, and we're facing a whole year here. So I think that there's some anticipation of issues to come, and how we're going to be prepared at that time to do that. And I know you're working collaboratively with other spaces, and you know, we do have some additional space below, you know, it keeps us under 50% capacity, at least in the elementary schools, where I would hope that we would be proactively thinking about if kids drop off, if kids do stop engaging, if we do. I just think that we have a possible long year ahead of us, and that the SRBI thing is great as a first step, and then there's always, you know, I know you have your levels of tiers of things, but if we don't know if we're going back in October, 5 full days, and we don't know if we're going back for a very long time, how are we going to think outside the box to make sure that no Fairfield kid drops through the cracks? No Fairfield kid. So that's how I'm thinking about that, and so I do have concerns about that a little bit. Because yeah, of course, you have some motivated kids that will do fine. They'll fly, they'll check in, they'll be up at 9 a.m. and, you know, doing their work. But there's different, you know, different kids. So I think there's some questions that I'd like that are just a little bit more practical in nature. I know that we're going to go down to the wire, and maybe Parachute can answer this question because I know we're waiting on enrollment. But really, when will parents be able to find out what cohort, at whatever level, they will be in? Is that going to be like down to the, you know, day or two before because you're really trying to figure out these classes, or is it going to be a set of time beforehand?
So our goal is to have it happen beforehand. So the survey closes next week. It will probably take our IT department at least a week, if not a little bit longer, to actually work with NIC and with the schools to actually create the cohorts. And then we are investigating the ability for IC to actually generate a letter for parents that will let them let them know which cohort their student was assigned to. And so our goal is to have that done before the end of August so that parents know. And also, it's important the building principals and building staff know so that they can plan accordingly.
And are you doing that alphabetically, or are you just doing that random, or?
So it's random, but it's the deciding factor is by household. So we want to make sure that students, for example, if you have a first grader and a fifth grader, that they're in the same cohort. So it is by household.
What about levels? What about like middle school or in high school?
Same thing. It's by household.
Okay, so it won't matter. So if you have a middle schooler and you have a high school, they're going to be in the same cohort.
Yes.
Okay. All right. I'm going to let somebody else ask a question, and you know, because I know everyone has a ton, and I don't want to abscond with all the time. And I'll come back to the chair if it's okay later on.
Can I just ask a quick question about the remote days for high school? While the teacher will not be providing synchronous learning, there will be an opportunity for students to possibly interact with each other.
Correct. So they'll be bonded as a cohort. So they will have opportunities while the teacher is teaching cohort A, cohort B, working on group projects together, you know, working on assignments together, yes.
Can I ask a follow-up to that?
Yeah.
So is someone going to be facilitating that? Because I'm thinking of the teachers who are now in class teaching cohort B, and a student has a question. If the cohort's meeting, is there a staff member that's facilitating that, or they're just meeting in a Google Meet together?
So they are meeting independently of the teacher. You know, we have let teachers know that they can communicate. Well, part of what's in the plan is that teachers can communicate and students can communicate with teachers through their Google, their .NET accounts. So that would be a way for them to electronically communicate with the teacher, but they wouldn't have an opportunity to have real-time communication with the teacher because they are involved in teaching the other cohort on that day. But part of the reason why the secondary group actually went with the AB model as opposed to some of the other models where you had kids going to school Monday and Tuesday back to back was so that they would have an opportunity to be able to circle back to that teacher and not go up to 5 days without actually having in-person teacher interaction.
Mr. Asa, followed by Mrs. Garber.
Just to follow up on this line of questioning, Nick Asa. So with regards to the cohorting, let's use elementary, for example. I understand the idea of households to keep kids in the same. That makes total sense. But has there been any thought given to cohorting by street or neighborhood, which could potentially help if there's been a lot of emails we've gotten from the board from parents of elementary school students that are concerned about the AM, PM cohorts and what are they going to do about child care. And I understand the district's main purpose is the educational value, but we can't hide behind this. This is an issue for a lot of families. And a lot of families in the district cannot afford child care. So one of the things that many of the emails have touched on are, these groups of people in neighborhoods that have been kind of podding, if you want to call it, together through this time, and they have their bubbles, their safety nets. And has there been any thought been given to that type of scenario? So if a child on street, Smith Street, let's say, if there's several children on that street, the potential for them to be able to stay together in that cohort and get learning done, let's say parents want to go in together and figure it out, something to that effect.
So one of our principals, our elementary principals, actually brought that suggestion to me earlier today. I'm not sure if IC Infinite Campus has the capabilities to do that. So that would be something we'd have to follow up with our IT folks to see if it's able to coordinate cohorts by geographical location.
But could we not use the bus tracking software to assist with that as well? I mean, I know not everybody gets a bus, but it seems like that system does that naturally.
I don't want to say yes and not be accurate. It would be something I would have to check into.
I lost you, Nick.
That was a follow-up to a line of questioning.
Okay.
I have other questions, but if it's not my turn, come back to me. That's fine.
I honestly don't remember whose turn. Mrs. Gerber, did you have your hand up? Go ahead.
Yeah, Jessica Gerber. Well, one question I had was there was a Google Doc, a link to a Google Doc that was sent to us on July 29th. And I was just curious because I had some questions on there, and I'm assuming that we'll get the answers to those at some point, so I don't want to double up, but I just wanted to check on the status of that.
I thought those were shared.
Which document was that? Was that the...
It was that we had a link on July 29th.
Yeah, I believe I'm going to show it to the camera. This went out in the Friday packet? Is it this one?
Okay, I'll have to look. I'm sorry, I didn't see that, so I'll have to go take a look.
Let me know if it's not, because this is the one that went out in the Friday packet.
Okay.
If it's not, then we'll have to follow up.
You did? Okay, I don't know. I somehow must have missed that. Thank you. One question I had, and I apologize if this was asked and answered on the sheet, but I've had a few people ask me about this, is busing, opting out of busing. Is that, if you opt out of a bus, is that for the entire school year or half the school year? I mean, I know that you can't be hopping in and out, but is there a minimum period of time that's required for?
Ms. Mansell, do you want to speak to that?
We were thinking that, well, first of all, if you opt out of transportation, no, that's not a permanent situation for you. You're always entitled to go back and request it. But what we were hoping for is just like the 10-day notice and instructional day notice of going from remote into hybrid, that we would have a 10-day notification or time frame to be able to implement that transportation.
Okay. Oh, all right. I apologize. I thought that there was going to be a longer period of time because that could create a tremendous amount of work for the transportation department.
Yeah, it will create a tremendous amount of work, but more importantly, people will have to understand that will impact the times, the existing times, schedule of kids that have had the transportation all along. That's probably going to be more problematic.
Okay, so it's basically just, the kind of the 10-day window that you would have, but potentially there could be a lot of people saying, yes, I want to be on a bus, no, I don't want to be on the bus, on and off for the entire school year.
Right, I would discourage that.
Broadcast that, but that is a possibility, I guess. Okay, because there is an impression out there that you had to commit for a longer period of time, but I guess I was mistaken with that. I know in the past we've said that's not possible, but I didn't know if we got some sort of an exemption this year because of the situation, but I guess that's not the case. And then one other question I had, just regarding the elementary hybrid, at what point will, especially because I think elementary is the most, has the widest range just between kindergarten and 5th grade, at what point will the schools be able to kind of share more detail in terms of how the schedules are going to look differently for the younger grades versus the older grades in an elementary school?
Let's see if Dr. Zavachancic, are you able to speak to that one?
I am back. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. It canceled on a minute. James Zavachancic, Executive Director of Instruction, Curriculum, and Assessment. So a sample AM and PM cohort schedule for the hybrid model was published. There are sample times in there in terms of, for example, one language arts or math will exist. They can be moved around in both the in-person and remote section because obviously we can't offer art, for example, at the same time throughout the whole building on a remote plan. So once we have further data on, how the classes are balanced, what they look like between the AM and PM, we'll be able to create building schedules. Obviously, there's different sections in each building as well. Some schools are larger than others, and the schedule will have to be able to accommodate those changes as well.
And then also just want to clarify, and I apologize if somebody asked this, I had to step away from the computer for a few minutes. In terms of the hybrid with the elementary, you cannot request to be AM or PM. It's you get what you get. Is that correct?
That James Zavachancic again. That is accurate at this point. It is remote. Obviously, we're going to go by households, like Dr. Parrish had said initially. Right. But in terms of the placement of AM and PM, it's not a request at this point.
Thank you.
Before Ms. McAnally.
Yeah, sorry, thank you. I just wanted to jump very quickly on Mrs. Gerber's point and then defer to somebody else or whatever, but on this Thursday's policy meeting, policy agenda, one of the policies we are looking at is the transportation, and just as an information to the public, the point that we're looking at there is getting rid of the notion for this year of courtesy rides. So that idea that if you did not qualify for transportation, but if there is space on a bus, you could petition for that space. And so it hasn't been voted on yet, but that is one of our agenda items, is the elimination of courtesy rides for this school year.
Thank you. Ms. Lieber?
Jen Leeper, I have a few questions. I just want to clarify, for the remote periods in elementary school, there will be some synchronous learning. Is that correct?
You're talking about during the hybrid plan?
Correct.
Yes, there is some built in for both intervention, some independent work, and specials at this point.
But for at the middle school level and the high school level, the remote periods less Wednesday do not include any synchronous learning?
That is correct.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so now my question. I just wanted to clarify that. Is this a time to express some concerns about that? Also, I do worry about what that could mean and for engagement, instruction, learning, several things, but I think that has been somewhat expressed already. I want to go back to specifically elementary school for a moment. And when we know our space capacities, once we have those numbers, will we be able to make adjustments so that we can accommodate students who we believe would significantly benefit from both AM and PM? For example, students receiving special education services, English learners, students in our CLC programs. And then if we have capacity beyond that, could we open it up? And this is a bit creative and maybe families wouldn't want it, but open it up beyond your neighborhood school, perhaps, for families who are either single-parent families or essential workers to say, I am zoned for Jennings, but Holland Hill actually has extra classroom capacity. Could we open some of those seats up for students at Jennings? Just like using those schools as examples to try to clarify what I'm trying to say. Because I know there are a lot of families feeling a tremendous amount of anxiety about how they're going to make ends meet, and particularly for families who don't have job flexibility or child care flexibility.
I don't know if you want me to start or if somebody else wants to begin.
Yeah, no, go right ahead. Go right ahead.
Okay. Again, James Evajancic. I'll defer to Mr. Mancusi about the availability of the plan for some of the more high needs populations, because I know he and his team have been thinking about that. And we've been faced with a number of the things you've brought up as potential ways to eliminate some of the off time. And I don't think anything's off the table right now. And I'll defer to Mr. Cummings on that as well. I know there would need to be some policy changes, obviously, with residency or residential neighborhoods, if that were something we were going to consider in the future, or allowing students to have time outside of their cohort time within the building has been a consideration as well. The specifics are things we have to work on, though.
Yeah, hi, this is Rob Mancusi again, Executive Director of Special Education and Special Programs. If I could just speak to, servicing our students with high needs and other vulnerable populations is how the state is, the terminology the state is using for districts right now. We are deep in conversation about how we can increase the in-person learning time for our high-need students and our other vulnerable populations, including ELs, including students who are significantly behind grade level academically, including students who were significantly disengaged from this winter's distance learning experience. So we are looking at all those options and waiting to see what the numbers come back in terms of who is returning and who is choosing remotely. Additionally, just as an FYI, and I will discuss this in more depth on Monday at our special education webinar, we have not been granted any waivers to our IDA requirements, although, we're planning to program for students according to safety guidelines and consideration of health. We are, throughout the district at all levels, implementing a 50-50 synchronous, asynchronous learning model, which means that all students will have at least 50% of their special ed services delivered through, either live in-person or live video instruction. So that's where we're at.
So we're not in a place where we can commit to our students with IEPs that they can be both AM and PM until we have our registration numbers. Is that correct?
We are finalizing plans for some cohorts of students. And I say cohorts separate from the cohorts of this reopening plan. I'm talking about really our students with high needs as defined by the state in Addendum 3. Students who require one-to-one or one-to-two support throughout the day, students who have extreme difficulty communicating their needs, students who need assistance with feeding, students who need assistance with personal hygiene. Those are our students with the highest needs. We are finalizing a plan to offer students with high needs increased in-person learning opportunities. To say whether that's 4 days or 5 days, we're not there yet.
Okay. Do you have a sense of when that plan will be finalized?
I'm hoping by next week sometime after we have all numbers in place with students and teachers, but there will be a proposal.
And sort of along the lines of my initial question, if we can't commit to AM and PM for those students because of space capacity, can we open up all of our open spaces, let's say all of our unused seats, if that might be in a different, not neighborhood school, or at least give families that choice, I should say?
What I would say, and I'll let Mr. Cummings weigh in on this. All options are viable options right now. In my mind, when it comes to how can we best service our students with disabilities, who we know from countless conversations with families over the past 5 months, how difficult it was for so many throughout the distance learning experience. So we believe that we want our students in person, but we want to make sure we can deliver on the plans that we're developing. So there will be a proposal shared with the board by the next board meeting.
Thank you.
Any other questions on that?
No, I guess not. I hope that there will be some urgency around using our spaces as creatively as possible, or at least making those options available for families. Families might not be interested, but the sense from a lot of community feedback is people would take whatever in-person opportunities we could make available. Not only are high needs students as traditionally identified, but again,
I will say
essential workers, children of families of single parents, all of those people who are disproportionately affected by a pandemic.
Point well taken.
I think I'm going to just jump in here. I think one of the things that we've got to be, as we look at this, we do have a commitment to broaden our reach to meet the needs of students and their families as much as possible. One of the things that we have to continually weigh this against, or actually there's two things, right? The first thing is the determination of the numbers of students returning, where they're returning to, and then to your point, Mrs. Leeper, what is the sum? What is the product of that when you kind of subtract the students from the available seats? But then also, how do you continue to meet the goal of the hybrid, which is that 50%? And it's in the classrooms, but it's also the transportation. It's also the kind of arrival and dismissal period. So I think those are all things that we have to play out as we go through this planning process. But I do want you to know that these are the things that, all of our conversations, we can address the logistics and try to work our way through the logistics, but I want you to know that at the central office level and at the principal levels and in the meetings between us, we always circle back on the what ifs about students, right? Because in our heads, I know I speak for everybody here, there are faces of kids and their families that we're thinking about, and we're trying to solve those issues for them. The emails that people bring to us with their personal concerns, they don't go away when the email's deleted. You're still working to say, how can we best meet the needs of everybody involved in this situation, that we can do our best by them. So I just want you to know that that work will continue. And I would say this to you: I think that we may well begin the year without answers to every single problem. You know, I think, but that doesn't mean that we're done. We stop trying to solve the problems. So I just want you to be aware of that and that commitment that we're making.
I hope you know that I fully recognize all of your commitment to our children.
I do. I appreciate that.
And that, just as a point of clarification, when I said open seats, that was open at the 50%.
Yeah,
level,
yeah.
the high school level.
Yep.
So just.
I was making my comment to the audience beyond.
Thank you.
Can I? Do you have more questions? Because I wanted to jump in on something that's come up as a theme, if I could, but I don't want to cut you off.
I'm good.
Okay. One of the questions that's come up, you know, we've heard from a couple of people is the concern, and I understand this, right? The idea of what the students are doing on the hybrid day, particularly at the secondary level. So I don't know if there's one of the middle school or high school principals, or ideally even one of from each of the levels, middle and high, who just wants to talk briefly to that and how they plan to approach that issue with their staff. And the expectations for those days when students are not in school. So I'll put it out to the group and see who might wish to respond, and hope that somebody does.
Chair Vitale, this is Greg Hassett. If you need some input from a headmaster.
Thank you, Mr. Hatzis.
There is no doubt that the thing that we would love more than anything else to have all our kids in every day. I mean, that would be obviously the way the school should be run and the way we want school to be run. But I think that under the current situation, what we realized when we first started planning to try to bring all kids back over the course of July, before we knew that we could do hybrid, we started really getting nervous because as we were measuring our classrooms out and trying to maintain social distancing, there were many, many classroom situations in which we could not do that, including some of the specialty areas like music, for instance, where the social distancing is actually 12 feet, not just 2 feet, 6 feet, or 3 feet. So as we were planning all of that out, we were getting very nervous about how we were going to be able to manage all that. By having half the children in the school, we obviously can do so much better at being able to maintain that. And so now that we know that is the model, having half the students in the school and then half the students out of school completely changes the way that teachers are going to have to plan for the way that they instruct. So what I'm going to ask you to do is just for a moment, we obviously always want to operate from the student perspective, but just as we consider the teacher perspective right now. So if I'm teaching half of my students in a classroom, and then I have to manage the other half of the students live streaming at the same time, being connected, what I'm concerned about is, I've attended 7 or 8 Board of Education meetings between the graduation plans and over the summer. And there's never been one of these meetings where there was a board member who didn't have audio or didn't have video, or as we saw today, not being able to mute everybody. If teachers have to troubleshoot IT issues on top of trying to manage all of the different things that they're trying to do, I think that's going to present a challenge to them as well. But what I do want to just remind everybody that as students go to school, they're going to get homework from the teachers when they're live in school. And at the same time, they're going to have remote learning assignments. So on the days that they are remote learning, they still have their homework from the live sessions, and they still have their assignments from the remote learning to be attending to while they are not attending school. So they're going to have plenty of work to do. And then we will have teachers have after school sessions, after school help sessions to support those students as needed.
And I just wanted to echo one thing that Greg said, because both Mrs. Palmetta, the headmaster at Ward, we've been working in collaboration all summer together, is this idea of an inquiry-based instruction, where you're not looking at instruction all the time as one single class. You're looking at project-based instruction that is scaffolded over a number of classes, which will allow teachers to, similar to how we even did in a brick and mortar, where students collaborated outside of the classroom itself. So, you know, Greg and I have been very conscious of the reason why we're building administrators. This is nothing against our central office friend. Is we like our interaction is with kids every day, and that's what motivates us. And first and foremost, we have to be safe. Then we want to make sure that we need to be practical in making sure that we could have our staff in a place where they feel comfortable and ready to serve kids and help kids. Because if they're not there, then they won't be able to support our kids.
I just want to build on what the high school people are saying. Anthony Formato from Tomlinson. I like everything that you guys were saying, but in addition to that, I would just like to say that the teachers are working in their department groups and working on the curriculum and making curricular adjustments. So we've learned lessons from the spring, so we're making the curriculum better. I like, Paul, what you said about PBLs and project-based learning. I think making those projects and working collaboratively, it's really possible to do it, and maximizing the time with the teacher and the face-to-face time with the teacher is really important on the days that they're actually in school face-to-face with the teacher, and that is a flipped model. If you think about the flipped model classroom, that's something that we're working with the teachers on. You're going to introduce the material. You're going to think about having a mini lesson, and then again, reinforcing and practicing those skills with the teacher when you have that time face-to-face. And maybe the teacher is putting together a video for the kids to work independently. And really, again, just maximizing the time with the teacher. That's what this plan really does for us.
Thank you.
Yep. May I ask one follow-up on that, Mr. Vitale? Just one follow-up, not my turn. You're muted, Christine.
Just looking for the time and motion to extend our meeting to midnight. Ms. Maxim Canelli, seconded by Mr. Peterson. All in favor? Seeing every motion passes 9-0. Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Maxim Canelli, with your question.
Just one very quick question, because obviously I see other people with their hands up. But to Mr. Kavanagh, to Mr. Formato, to Mr. Hatzis, if a teacher wanted to, because of a specific lesson, could they do it live to everybody? If and obviously everyone would have to know about it, that this was a time expected to be on. But if a teacher was comfortable with the tech issues, so that wasn't a problem, and that they said, look, today is going to be the day for the rollout of this, I'd like everybody on. Is that even something that is open to a teacher as a possibility?
Greg, do you mind if I jump in first and then you'll have to? Yep. You know, I think we believe in our teachers and we believe in giving them opportunities to be innovative, and we believe that a lot of them will take advantage of those opportunities to be innovative. But I think that we have to start with the baseline, and then to offer professional support, and then allow them, once the baseline is there, to kind of flourish and grow, is something we will continue to encourage. So that's a yes is the easy way to say that, but I just think it's something to know that, listen, we know we had some challenges with distance learning in the spring, but we also had a lot of teachers who worked extremely hard to support a lot of our kids, and they're willing to continue to do so. And is this ideal situation ideal? Of course not. But we believe in our teachers that they're going to be able to continue to grow, help kids continue to grow.
Yeah, and I would just add that the one thing that we can't rely on is
let's just say, for instance, the server goes down at the school because there's an issue in the town or whatever. And I'm going to tell you that happens probably a lot more than people realize. So if we lose internet service or something happens, and that was the plan that day, where both the in-school students and the students who were at home had to log in and get that same instruction, that would be, then they're going to be trying to figure out how to manage that. The A-B model that we are proposing allows for teachers to be able to give really high quality instruction to the students that are in class, and then the next day be able to give that same high quality instruction to the next group of kids, the other half of the class, and then be able to give the instruction for the distance learning portion of the class that they would be able to follow up with. So I just think that it would be really hard for us to rely on technology every single day for all 5,000 secondary students between grade 6 to 12 in order to make sure that happens regularly.
Thank you. Mr. Peterson, followed by Mr. Talley.
Thank you, Jeff Peterson. As we've been having this discussion, one of the things that really keeps rattling through my mind is in the hybrid model on the days that the kids are home and that there's no synchronous learning. How is that different from homework? I mean, philosophically, on a philosophical basis, because I hear what you're saying, and I think Mr. Cavana touched on it probably closest to what I'm hoping to hear, is that there are, will be inquiry-based project learning, things that the students need to collaborate on. But it doesn't sound like there's an expectation that they're going to be, there's not going to be an assignment saying collaborate with your project group from 1 to 3 p.m. Right? What I'm really hoping to hear from headmasters, from the other academic people on the call, like how are those days going to look in ways that's different from homework? Because the way that I'm feeling about it right now, and maybe I'm missing something critical, is it seems like the hybrid students are going to get 3 days of active instruction and 2 days where they have basically a study hall to do homework. And if that's the case, are we doing them a disservice relative to people who are in distance learning?
So I can jump in and then anyone can kind of follow the lead, right? It's what do we look at for use the word homework, right? When someone says homework, I just assume it means busy work, and I know that's not what you mean.
I don't think that at all. And in fact, Mr. Hatzis knows that I don't think that at all.
Okay. So the reason why I said that is, sometimes homework is an extension of the lesson that's happening. Correct? If you're using more of a project-based learning approach, to your earlier point that yes, you could say your group needs to meet at this specific time. Watch this, review this video, read these primary sources, and for the next time we're meeting together, you need to have this much information complete. Similar to where if you were taking a course then on Blackboard, and the reason why I say that, I'm not saying that it's remote learning, but I'm saying that when you're designing lessons, when you're scaffolding the information, you're offering time for students who are not in the seat or in the school at that time to still collaborate with each other around an essential task and learn the information that then can be reinforced, presented when they have the opportunity to come back into school. So I don't know if I did that justice, but that's kind of my thinking behind it.
Yeah, and I would just add that, even when we had full classes, everybody in, back in the good old days, there were group projects assigned. And those students were responsible for figuring out a time to be able to get together to work on their group project. Now, they might have had more access to each other just based on, having a free period or staying up to school or meeting at the library on a Saturday or whatever the case may be. But now they'll also have technology to do that as well. So while it's not as scheduled, another piece of what high school education is all about, and that is to help build independence for students so that they can manage their time. When they go to college and they go to take courses that might only meet 3 days a week, and I know this is not college, I know you have said that many times, but in terms of building the student capacity to be able to manage their time is a part of the learning and the teaching that we have to do, and to help them do that.
I completely understand that, but by the same token, we're dealing with both freshmen and seniors here that may have different levels of experience with that sort of thing. And to kind of go to your discussion about project, like if we have, I can imagine in the good old days a situation where a class period was everyone get into groups and work on your group project, and there's a teacher in the classroom to help facilitate discussions, help step in where there are disputes, help guide things. Now we're removing, and I imagine that will still be the case on some days where there is synchronous hybrid learning. But what about the other days? So the other days just going to be like, let's meet up on Saturday at the library. Like how is a day that you're home on Thursday different from what you said about let's just get together? I mean, I just want to know how the days are going to be different and how kids who might benefit from a clearer scaffold of how to use their time, like are they going to be left behind versus the kids who are already able to manage their time?
The one thing that we have talked about that we would definitely put out to parents is that we would suggest that students follow their schedule, right? If they are home, at the scheduled time of the class, they could log into the class and work on the distance learning assignment that they may have that's assigned at that time. Or they might be also working on the distance learning assignment for the classes that are meeting for the other day that they're not, for the end of the week versus the beginning of the week. So they have that opportunity, and we could easily pose that proposal to all the students and the parents that, for the best success, this will be the schedule that you would follow. And then it would be up to the parents and the students to make sure that they were either doing that or creating a schedule that worked best for them.
Look, and I get that. I get that a lot of this is going to rely on the ability of parents and families to help shepherd their students through this difficult time, which I think is an area of some inequality too. I'm concerned about saying I think that if we set the model that you should be working on this specific thing at this specific time when you're home on a Tuesday, Thursday, Monday, Friday, I think that we can reinforce better habits in our kids. But this is just a broad philosophical concern that I have, and I'll let it go at that. So thank you.
Mr. Peterson, before you let it go, I'm going to ask if Ms. Tiley could speak to this as well, so just to give a middle school perspective around this issue too, for those parents.
Hi. Good evening, everyone. Meg Tiley, Principal, Roger Ludlow Middle School. I wanted to touch from the middle level on that and the hybrid schedule and the importance of that Wednesday schedule that we're speaking to, and what the expectation home will be, and why we feel it's so important.
I'm not speaking about Wednesday at all. I'm speaking about the other day.
I understand. I just wanted to provide this information for just general clarity. So I think it's important in linking the cohort A and cohort B that Wednesday a teacher would have the availability to meet with students synchronously, whether it be in small groups, teacher-student conferencing. We'd be able to link the A and B cohorts together in whole groups together. And I understand that you were talking about the total remote days, but I did want to just highlight that those Wednesdays would be scheduled, and students would have an opportunity in a set schedule, whether it would be to meet with their teacher, again, in small groups, or link together to collaborate.
And look, let me just add at this point, I don't want to minimize either the technical or the logistical or the personnel challenges of making this happen. I mean, clearly we're in Terra Novo. I understand that it's going to be extremely difficult, and there's no there's no way we can thread this needle to the satisfaction of everybody. I understand that it's going to be a work in progress. I just want to go back to my thought that I'm having some philosophical issue grappling with the notion that we're having 2 days that ultimately are going to be in the hands of students to monitor their own work habits. So again, at that point, I'm sure we'll talk about this more, but I'll leave it there.
Ms. Vitale.
Thanks. I agree with Jeff. I think we need to be really careful. to me, this goes back to what Mrs. Jacobson was saying earlier. You know, some kids aren't going to have any problem with this whatsoever. I'm most concerned about those kids who, in a normal year, come home and are frustrated with homework. You know, don't understand it, have a hard time with it, and now they're going to, you know, have their school day, they're going to have their homework, and then the next day they're going to wake up with posted assignments and no interaction and no connection and no structure. And I know that, you know, things be laid out clearer than they were in the spring. But, you know, I have to say that that level of frustration for those kids, and maybe I'm speaking more to the middle school age kids, because I don't quite know what the high school, I mean, I guess they're more independent at that age. But, you know, these middle schoolers who are coming off of the past 4 months with no interaction with their teachers for 4 months, going into these days again where they're left to their own devices, really need a schedule. They need a structure. They need to be able to talk to somebody to get answers on questions, and not the next day, like that day. So, you know, I'm going to go back, because if this whole hybrid thing isn't really just a 4-week thing, and I know nobody knows, but if this is going to go on longer than 4 weeks, I personally want to see a live interaction every single day. I don't want any of this 2 days on their own, to their own devices, trying to figure it out. Like, it's not, I don't see how it's going to work, but I'd love to hear, you know, more from the middle school perspective.
I could have the middle school principals speak to this, but I think that we're setting ourselves up for a problem if we say that there's only like these two alternatives. You know, that one, and I don't by any means dismiss this concern that students won't be engaged, or that students will select not to be engaged. You know, I've spoken before about you know, having a 7th grader this past spring who did everything he could to disengage himself from learning. And there were things that the school owned that caused some of that, quite honestly. But he was also partly dealing with, you know, an almost 13-year-old who could find a way to kind of get himself out of everything. And so I by no means, I have personal experience that this potentially exists. But at the same time, I don't think the answer to his disengagement is live video instruction, because he's going to disengage from that too. He may have the camera on, or he's going to shut the camera off. So I think that what I'm putting out there is that as we work our way through this, the solutions are far more complex and student-centered than we may. That we need to acknowledge that. We need to acknowledge that the solutions are more complex and student-centered than that. And you know, and if, as we talked about earlier, if we need to provide additional supports for these students when they're home, if we have some type of check-in system that these kids need to, if they're on the off day and they're home, that there's going to be a time when they, as part of their schedule, when they show up in a virtual resource or intervention room, and the teacher makes sure that they're on track and moving forward and answers the questions they might have, then we're going to have to do something like that. So I just put out there that we're conscious of the fact that this is a situation that we may need to address, that we likely are going to have to address, and that we're going to look at a number of different solutions as a way to deal with that as we go into the school year. And particularly, Mr. Tully, to your point, if this extends past, you know, October 2nd.
Before I just move on for questions, just, you know, this is uncharted territory, and might there just be different ways of using existing staff?
Exactly.
Just to support students on the days that they are home and remote. And maybe it's not, you know, maybe it's a gym teacher, maybe it's a music teacher, maybe it's a counselor, just to check in. Maybe it's a social group at lunch. for that just personal checking, because I agree. I mean, I think that we all, and I speak for every single person on this call, because you are all here because you love kids and you're passionate about education. And I have trust that we're going to keep on thinking about this and thinking of creative solutions for this. Scott, I'm going to go to, you didn't have a turn, Miss Jacobson.
Thank you. Hi, it's Jen Jacobson. I'm going to try to speed through a couple. I think there was a little bit of concern, and I don't know who wants to take this, that because students were only, and this is for high school, secondary, coming in one day for their day 1-3, their day 2-4, that those days might be taken up with testing and assessment rather than really engagement in class. So it's not a big conversation I want to go in. It's just food for thought, and I don't know if you wanted to make a comment on that. Also, in terms of our numbers, did we get any further information on magnet running or not running at this point?
No, I understand that the information on Aqua, for example, was distributed to the parents, but I've not yet seen it. I don't know if Mr. Kavanagh or Mr. Hatz, if you're aware of any of that information yet going to the guidance offices.
No, not yet.
Okay, thank you.
I actually talked to the new principal at Aqua just yesterday, and I think that they're going to be running on their schedule, but I don't think Bridgeport has fully figured out exactly what model they're using in terms of the magnet schools yet. So.
Okay, all right, just because I figured that might affect our numbers a little bit. And then there's one thing, Mr. Cummings, that I wanted to ask you about. I know we don't have the metrics yet per our health discussion earlier about when someone goes into quarantine or a class goes into quarantine. And I know there was initially some conversation about that students may potentially need to leave their class, go to another class with another teacher, and then go back to that class. And so could you just speak to a little bit about where we are now with that concept?
Sure. Yeah. One of the things, as a guiding principle, we try to minimize all disruptions to the educational process as much as possible. Despite all appearances tonight, that's really one of our major goals. When a student goes into quarantine, our effort is going to be to make, to keep that, so it's a single student in this situation. Our effort is that student will return to the classroom, when they return, in a sense, to school. So a student in quarantine who's part of the hybrid learning model would go back physically to that classroom when they return. While they are in quarantine, we're going to do everything we possible to continue to support them as a member of that class. So are we going to be looking at, now, one of the things we want to make sure is to prevent as much disruption as possible is how do we then provide supports for those students in quarantine. So, again, so much depends on the number. But are we going to have a quarantine support group of students staffed by a teacher or para that's able to support students, during their time in quarantine? That would almost, and this is the absolute wrong way to say this, and I apologize in advance, but if you think about it almost like an in-school suspension room, and I'm not equating in-school suspension with the quarantine, but a way that kind of functions, that's how we might try to approach this. So, these are just things that we're working through because we're gonna deal with these, and certainly the number is going to impact the way we deal with it. But those are just ideas that we're working through right now, Ms. Jacobs.
Okay, so I just thank you for clarifying that, because I just know that was a big concern for students, thinking they were going to just be moving around all these different classes. So, and then my last question before we move on, I know to the chair, I know that this is a hybrid model topic, and I know people obviously still have a lot of questions. but we are asking families to make a decision this week about their model, and we really haven't given any time to the full Distance Learning Academy people. So I don't know if we wanted to reserve some sort of time to provide some questions on that model too. I know it's not on the agenda, but I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Cummings, do you have anything? Do you have, in terms of distance learning? I'll take a couple more questions. Or, I don't know, your focus for the webinar tomorrow.
No, I'd be happy to answer questions around the distance learning. I think a lot of those questions would go to Dr. Zavachansik and Dr. Parrish. They've spent the most of the time on this, although our middle school, all principals at all levels have worked on this as well. But I think, if there's time for that, absolutely. And then we can address this in more detail tomorrow night at the webinar as well.
Okay, and then it is part of the school reopening, so it is absolutely on the agenda. Ms. Jacobson, are you done with your questions? Thank you. All right, Ms. Maxson-Kennelly, followed by Ms. Pitko.
Okay, thank you. I've been waiting, hoping most of mine would get knocked off the list, and some did, but not all. But before I start, Ms. Vitale, I think you missed it, but Ms. Bannock had her hand up, and since she is new to the Fairfield community, I was hoping maybe she would get a chance to jump in on that question, again, just as an introduction to the public as well.
Oh, absolutely.
Hello there, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, hi, Colleen Bannock, new president, yep, that's what happens when we're on the clock. New principal at Fairfield Woods Middle School, and I do know my job is not the president. So thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be a part of this team. We've worked really hard. It really hit the ground running since the first day that I've arrived here. And what I was trying to mention, all right, am I freezing?
Yes. Well, you're freezing.
Did I freeze on you?
You're back.
Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just going to keep talking no matter what my face looks like, okay? You know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to turn off my video, but I will keep speaking. Sometimes that helps. I just wanted to make sure, and Ms. Maxson-Kennelly, thank you for calling on me. I just wanted to make sure that we really touch base on the social emotional learning piece here. Mike touched on it, Ms. Vitale touched on it, with this need to really have we need a cogent, and we are in the process of developing a cogent plan for really checking in with those kids who fall into these different kinds of categories, right? Kids who, as Mike said, are going to check out no matter what, be they our own children in our own homes or, children that we're attempting to educate. And so kids who are going to check out, and kids for whom, this type of instruction is exceptionally difficult without having an adult there and I'm not just talking about an adult to prod, I'm talking about an adult to really be there, to answer questions in real time so that they get a shared understanding and then they feel they can move on. I think we've all been in a classroom or with our own children where, if they don't get the answer to the question they have in their head, they feel like they cannot move on. And I feel like that is a barrier and can be a barrier. I wanted the board to be aware that the first few weeks of school, a primary focus, frankly, is going to be on the social emotional learning of our kids, helping them understand how to connect and maintain that connection no matter what vehicle for the education we're going to find ourselves using for the rest of the school year. So that was what I wanted to point out, Ms. Maxson-Kennelly, and I appreciated my ability to introduce myself, even though you have to imagine what my face looks like.
Thank you, Ms. Maxson-Kennelly, for pointing that out. Welcome. Ms. Bannock, thank you for your comments. I'm sorry I missed you raising your hand. Lots of people are moving their hands, so I don't want to accidentally call on somebody who really does not want to be recognized, but thank you and welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, so to get to my question, of which there are several, I'll try to do this quickly. One question I had heard about the elementary school hybrid is that it appears in the reading that lunch is being offered for the PM cohort in the building. I assume that is incorrect?
So James Zavachansik, Executive Director of Instruction and Curriculum. Lunch, availability of lunch will be for both cohorts. It's on a sort of a grab and go for the AM cohort. The PM will have the ability to get lunch as well when they enter the building upon arrival.
Okay, all right. So that's good to know. I thought I was misreading that. And again, these questions are in absolutely no particular order. But Mrs. Gerber sort of already asked this, but with a specific lens. If someone really is signed up for after-school care, which as of now I believe we're still offering, they still cannot request the PM cohort. Is that correct?
So I'll jump in again. Sorry. Never know who's going to jump in first. James Everjanczyk again. And Dr. Parrish may want to jump in on this as well. As of right now, there are no requests, but we, again, when we say everything's on the table, as the survey went out, we said no requests, but we do have to look into alternatives for exceptions, I think, as well.
One of the other things we're doing is trying to work with some of our partners, particularly Wakeman, Boys and Girls Club, to figure out what are some alternative after-school care that might be available for parents, particularly those parents of students who are both in the AM and PM cohort. So they're looking at potential opportunities for those kids in the AM cohort to be able to come to the Boys and Girls Club once school is over, so they can engage in their remote learning at the Boys and Girls Club, and then continue on with the after-school programming that they typically have at the end of the normal school day. So that is one of the things that we're trying to work with that particular partner around, creating opportunities for some extended care for students on the elementary level.
Dr. Parrish, I don't know if you could tell, but there are several hundred parents across this town whose ears just, if it's possible, ears work up. What you just said is kind of a game changer for an awful lot of our families. So I hope with your blessing and Mr. Cummings' blessing, as we get, we should do that, correct?
Yes, and we haven't formalized anything yet. It's something that they are still working on, but that is something that we're trying to work out.
Understood. That would be fantastic. On that note of days, and I don't know if the high school teachers know this or Mr. Cummings, but is there any plan out there for high school athletes who, on the day when they are not, their cohort is not in school, and they don't have a car as a means to get to the school practice, is there any thinking about how we're going to problem solve for those student athletes?
I appreciate that question, Ms. McNally. That's not one that I've gotten to personally. I don't know if either the headmasters have addressed that in their thinking with their staff. And of course, the larger backdrop of this, right, is also what essentially might be happening with some of the high school sports schedules for the fall, which I think we'll know more about tomorrow. But I don't know if Mr. Hatch or Mr. Cavana have had that conversation yet with their ADs or any other staff.
I actually did ask one of our ADs, Mr. Cannon, and I were meeting with them recently about, what will happen in that scenario. And, there's things that, we often have many athletic teams who might be starting their practice at 6 o'clock at night, so coming to practice, or they might have games and practices on Saturdays as well. So what they found is that in terms of transportation, there has not been that same issue. Even if the students are younger on the team and don't drive themselves, that they were able to find rides and make it work. So I think that even on the day that students are not in school, they were gonna try their best and see how that played out, and if there were problems that emerged, that they would then look into how to solve those problems.
Okay. Well, thank you. I mean, I have to admit, I was especially thinking of freshmen. We're new to the school. We're desperate to get them engaged, and to think that someone's sitting at home and can't get back to the school. So I'm thrilled to hear that it's on your radar. Separate question. How is remote learning going to be supported in the elementary schools in that first month when the kids don't have their Chromebooks?
Again, James Evajancic, Executive Director of Instruction and Curriculum. It is something the tech department has been working on, so for the general public knowledge, there is a delay for the availability of Chromebooks probably across the country and the state at this point. So we are working on inventorying what we currently have in the building and what can be allocated to those who may need devices if they are on full remote or even on hybrid.
And I will say that there are some families that did receive devices in the spring. We only collected devices back from 5th graders and 12th graders. So continuing to utilize those devices. And one of the questions we did ask on the survey was the access to the individual devices for each student, just so that we can kind of gauge by each grade level exactly where the needs are. So just like Dr. Zavajancic said, when we do that inventory assessment, we'll know where we need to deploy the ones that we do have on hand.
Okay. Thank you. And next question. I was wondering, in the elementary school, that 9 to 9:30, 12:30 to 1 o'clock intervention block, who is it that's engaging with the students the elementary school students during that time?
So this is going to be dependent on building schedules, which I talked about. This was a sample schedule moving forward. There's a number of folks who are available in each building who naturally do intervention and independent work. We think of our language arts specialists and so forth. There also might be availability, seeing that we're on a remote plan, of certain instructional aides who can take on some small groups as well, who naturally would do so in a classroom and would have some availability. I can't give you definitives on numbers of how many or how much or how often until we get the numbers to sort of shake out and the building schedules written with their sections in mind of how many they have. But there are a number of people in mind that would be able to deliver that instruction that are not necessarily the classroom teacher.
I'm going to interrupt for a second, and I know they've been hanging on, and I hate for them to be here the whole time and not have a chance to speak. So I'm wondering if there's a single solitary elementary principal who would be willing to add to Dr. Zavajancic's explanation or provide some further thinking at the building level. And you can chat amongst themselves.
I'm going to invite an elementary school principal just to speak up because I can't see everybody.
I'll speak up on behalf of the group. This is Kevin Chase, principal at Mill Hill. I'm not going to put my camera on because I'm having a bad hair day. So those of you who know me had a good chuckle out of that because obviously. I think Dr. Zavajancic said it perfectly. It's not something right now that we'd be able to give a definitive answer on. But at the very least, it would be the same personnel who normally would be servicing those children. The only addition I would add to that is particularly our special needs kids as well. If there were an opportunity during that time to backfill some of their hours or anything like that and make sure all their needs are met, that would be an additional time for us to accomplish that.
Any other elementary school principals like to weigh in? Okay, seeing none, back to Mrs. Maxwell-Kennelly.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the hybrid model of the only 2 days in the high school, I was hoping maybe, Mr. Cummings, if you could speak more to the rationale of why we went with that model versus on for 3 days, off for 2, deep cleaning done after school, and maybe specifically speak to the idea, and for families to be on the alert for this, that the idea of that remote learning day was meant to be a full class experience. And if that's not the case, I'd like to hear why it wouldn't be, because so far tonight, the full remote day, that Wednesday notion, I'm not getting a sense of a full class experience, and therefore that lessens the part of what was supposed to be a selling point for this model versus 1 week in 3 days, next week in 2?
I'll start, and I'll start with that question, and then I'll ask Mr. Hatzis or Mr. Cavana to talk further about the rationale for this, not only the 2 days, but the way they structured those 2 days, or the 4 days, I should say. The intent of Wednesday remains the idea of bringing students together, the two cohorts together, because there is an expectation and a hope always that at some point these students are going to be back together. And quite honestly, and I'm perhaps I hate even saying this, but if they're not, the ability to still be together as a class, even virtually, if we're not able to actually be physically together. I do think that there will be times during the course of the year that day may change in its intent and purpose. If other opportunities present themselves, if there's things that even as a school they want to engage in on that day. But I think that we certainly want to start out the year with the intent of that day being this uniting of the two cohorts. As I'm saying it, Ms. Axon-Kelly, the other thing that I'm thinking about is, it's occurring to me, connecting two different pieces here, is we've also made it clear that students, particularly in this case I'm thinking about students who are opting back out of the optional remote into hybrid instruction, it's a great way and opportunity to bring those students kind of back into the full setting as well. Like when a new student joins your class, even though they'll have some familiarity, it's going to play a role there too as well. And having said that, I don't know if again, Mr. Cavana or Mr. Hatzis, you want to speak more to the rationale of the schedule that you supported and we adopted.
Yeah, I think at the risk of putting the entire audience to sleep over the hours and hours of trying to vet out all of these models here, I'm going to try to sum it up really quickly. When we looked at the 3-2 model, there are basically two ways to implement that. One would be where we went to, a rotation where, students would be in specific days. And one thing that we were very much sensitive to in any of the designs we have created for hybrid would be that parents would know a very specific schedule every week that their children would be attending schools on specific days. We could just do a straight rotation just like we have now, or just like, our normal schedule is, where 1 week, day 1-3 meets 3 days, and day 2-4 meets 2 days, and then the following week that rotates. But then as parents we were thinking of many of our parents, when they were trying to figure out maybe they're working out situations with their employers about days they need to work from home and days that they need to be, in the office or whatever. If that was changing from week to week, that would be a really difficult thing to manage. So the straight rotation of 3-2 would mean inconsistencies for families. If we went to a rotation where it had, let's say, cohort 1 met Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then cohort 2 came Thursday, Friday, and then the following week, cohort 1 met Monday, Tuesday, and cohort 2 met Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. What that presents is the unfortunate situation where every week one cohort is going to have an advantage or a disadvantage over the other. And the reason I say that is because I think we can all agree that having, and as many of you have been advocating all night, in-person instruction is much better than distance learning instruction, right? We know that is the case. So let's say a teacher wanted to give a test in a particular week. Will the cohort that had 3 days versus 2 days have a particular advantage, over the other of the cohort? And will parents say, well, the only reason why my student didn't do well was because they didn't have that extra day to ask questions of the teacher, to get that personal help one-on-one within the classroom. So we were really struggling with, all of the situations, and tests are just one example, but, even given projects and trying to understand the nuances of the rubric and the teacher being able to explain those in person versus doing it with a group on a computer, that those disadvantages that may be created sometimes were were part of our thinking. The other thing we were thinking too is that because instruction is going to be so different for our teachers, professional development is going to be absolutely essential. So we really need to figure out a way that we can create a schedule where we can include at least some time devoted to that work with teachers to help them, engage students in both in-person as well as the distance learning situations. So that's the nutshell version.
And the other point is that Wednesday is a day where they should be bringing their classes together and have the opportunity to have that whole class instruction. And what it also gives us is flexibility within being able to start transitioning back to hopefully full in-school learning by using that Wednesday as a test day. So I'm not saying we're going to do that, but it does give us some flexibility to ease back into full distance learner, back into the building. And the other part, or on the other way, if we have to then swing back to remote learning, we have some flexibility there as well. The other thing is if there are like 4-day weeks, like in September we have 2 4-day weeks, we would not have that Wednesday to make sure the kids will get the full experience. So if you look at it as we're really, hopefully looking till October, it's pretty similar. It's almost a wash on how you did it, giving, with those, including those 2 Mondays being, those 2 Wednesdays being lost. So it gives us a little flexibility, allows us to start the year, gives us opportunity for remote, bringing everyone together, and gives us flexibility to move anyway, to bring people in more, or to, unfortunately, we had to move more to remote learning.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Okay, just a few more questions. You spoke about the freedom the students are going to have and getting them cleared out of those buildings. Will attendance still be taken in high school study halls, which we are now giving freshmen and sophomores permission, for example, if it's the last block of the day, that they can just leave? Will there still be an attendance component for that in-building expectation so that parents are aware that their child is leaving the building early?
Similar to how we do with juniors and seniors, they're going to have to work through a process with the deans in order to make sure that their parents are aware and are giving them permission to do so. We would use the same process for that. And then the students who did not have, permission, to leave would have to stay in their study hall, and attendance would have to be tracked, and it would be considered just like it, leaving any other class early.
I wasn't aware that a parent was supposed to have been asked about that. That's interesting. But that's a Mr. Cavanna discussion for another day.
For freshmen, for our freshmen and sophomores, okay.
I do want to jump on something, and this did come as an answer on the Board of Ed question and answer, but I have gotten a few things about this regarding the water filling stations, that we do have 2 elementary schools with no water filling stations, and I understand that that PTA Council and the PTAs are looking to purchase these for our buildings, but that there's a delay in those orders until October. But those 2 elementary schools that have currently no water filling stations, will that be present for the start of school?
Mr. Papageorge, want to take that one?
Sure. I can actually confirm that we are expecting delivery by the end of the week for one for each of those buildings, so they will be installed before school starts.
Okay, good to know. Thank you. All right, hold on. Let me check my list. Again, I had raised the issue of the concern regarding deliberate non-compliance with mask wearing, and I understand that that will be handled, as all discipline matters are. I guess the other part I was worried about is, are we going to keep a paper trail on students who are deliberately non-compliant in the event that someone tests positive, and that's a deliberately non-compliant child with the mask?
Excellent question. I'm sorry to interrupt. Rob Mancusi, Executive Director of Special Education. That is a topic that we're looking for further guidance on from the state. That was in the FAQ today that I referred to about students that do not wear masks. It does caution us that to try all other methods first with students before disciplining, including teaching them why masks are so important. It refers to trauma caused to students and families over the course of this pandemic, but how districts are to handle noncompliance for masks, because the bottom line is that they are required. Further guidance is coming. So I don't want to answer that. I mean, for students who can't, obviously we have other mitigating factors. We used shields. We did use the physical barriers for some students who were unable to wear masks because of some breathing difficulties reported. But there's more to come on that.
Right, and I think you may have misunderstood my question, because I'm talking about the, yes, I can picture a certain demographic of the middle school, high school age of just saying, screw you, I don't want to wear this, I'm taking this off, I'm standing with a group of friends, there's no teacher around, I'm taking the mask off, oops, here comes an administrator, busted. That's the kind of noncompliance I'm talking about.
If we're talking about gross non-compliance,
yes,
and they're putting other students at risk, that will be handled by administration in a disciplinary manner.
Which and that I understand, but what I'm also talking about is, I'm just throwing out there, is the idea of if we could create a standardized paper trail for that the teacher, administrator who saw the non-compliant student, who saw some students gathered around that, if they had an electronic way to say, bam, I saw Mrs. Vitale without her mask on, and she was standing next to Mr. Papa George and Mr. Cavana. 24 hours later, Mr. Cavana positive. I mean, just that way we've got this documented, because I would be looking to have a focused quarantine if possible. So I'll just leave it there. But my last question, and this gets back to our discussion from a while ago, and I think Mr. Cummings has spoken to this very explicitly. I'm sorry, Mr. Vitale?
I just want to one comment on that, Jenna. I want to be very careful that we don't necessarily place blame on anybody if there's a positive case in a school. I think that it's going to create some fear, and we want to be, in terms of contact tracing, we want people to just realize that there's a chance that people may get sick, and it's going to be very hard to trace it back to a school. So just something to think about that we don't necessarily want to punish kids for that. We want to obviously address the fact that they're not wearing masks. But
what I would say, this is Rob Mancusi again, in terms of the guidance in the FAQ today, as I stated, we are to stress the importance and the need, the health reasons required in terms of mask wearing, and to, use additional mitigation strategies if needed, but to look to disciplinary measures as a last cause. So that is just the latest guidance. More to come.
And Ms. Vitale, thank you for the correction. Very, very, very good point to be explicit about.
And I think that hopefully students will be motivated to proper mask wearing, because they're healthier, their 6 days, the more likely they are to be back in school 5 days a week.
Absolutely.
But go on with your next question.
This is my last question, and this is really, to me, for the middle school, high school issue of this hybrid learning. And I very, very, very much appreciate that Mr. Cummings has been very explicit with the public that the parental concerns and complaints of this spring have been heard loud and clear. And unfortunately, some of our questions are still coming from the scarring experience of this spring, where very mixed results for varying reasons. Whether it's staff familiarity with certain tools, the guidance of what to do, there's a whole host of reasons. But that spring experience is certainly forming many of our concerns now, and many of the concerns of the public. And I would want to reiterate that concern, that how those days get handled when the students aren't in the building that's not a concern that's going to go away anytime soon, and I certainly hope that there's a plan for that September 25th, October 2nd timeline, that there will be a separate parent and a separate student survey done in that time, because I just think of something like an AP economics curriculum, which, knowing the pattern of that, it was introduce a unit, work with a unit, assess a unit. It was an absolutely unforgiving and relentless pace that it went, and those hybrid days involving at home, I just think there's a lot of uncertainty on what that's going to look like and what kind of learning, as in hardcore curriculum content learning, will be going on in those days. And I'm not actually looking for anybody necessarily to weigh in on that. I would be remiss if I didn't piggyback on the concerns of my fellow board members and the concerns of the public, that the eyes of what happened will be very focused on what happens on those at-home days. And it's not busy work, and I don't think it will be, but content being acquired, knowledge being acquired, authentic learning experiences and all that, it's a concern. And I know it's a concern for any responsible administrator or teacher as well. I completely get that. And so I'm done. Thank you.
Ms. Kelly, the only thing I'm going to say is really quickly, I've already put the scheduling of the survey on my calendar, and it will take place in that later part of September.
Thank you so much.
Ms. Pickup.
Thank you. My first question is, Mr. Cummings, I just want to make sure all the questions that the Board of Ed sent in pre this meeting, that document has been put up on the Fairfield Public School website, correct?
It has. Ms. Brown posted it this evening, and it is right below the agenda on our website.
Okay, because I don't want to reiterate any of the questions that I already asked. I have a few random questions. Bear with me. The first one, are you going to encourage teachers to give students textbooks, especially since they're, grades 6 through 12, they're not going to be in school 3 days out of the week?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. My next question is about things like art supplies. I know I sort of asked this question in my pre-question, but the more I'm thinking about it, like music and things like that, are the students going to need to have their own materials? Like when they go to art, I hate to say, are your materials labeled? So when you do art class, those are your materials. Or are we going to assume that they're going to be cleaned after class?
The general rule of this is, regardless of the class, regardless of the curricular area, is to stop the sharing of materials. It's not even to minimize, it's to stop. So, it goes to the idea, as I've spoken about before, the amount of Ziploc bags we're buying to put math manipulatives in. I know that the sewing classes are looking to create individual kind of sewing kits that will be given to students for both in class, and then if we do need to go out again, they'll be able to take those types of things with them. So, they were having conversations at the science classes about how experiments will be conducted in order to absolutely stop the sharing of materials. Because even if we say we can share it and then we're going to clean it, in this little time we have in between periods, we're not going to be able to commit custodial staff to go in and clean all these things that have just been shared. So that's the guiding practice.
I mean, I always ask, my daughter's second grade school supply list says on the top of the supply list, all materials I sent in will be shared. I kind of wish that had been taken off because...
They'll take it off.
Yeah.
They can't share them.
Yeah. So what's not on the list is a bag for her to put her supplies in. These are the things that I'm thinking of before I send in my medically fragile child.
Yes.
But then I think about the anxiety, right? So we have these groups, and this is just one scenario in my head. The students who are transitioning from 5th grade to 6th grade or 8th grade to 9th grade, who already have an overwhelming sense of anxiety, a new building, things like lockers or the normal stresses that you would have, and now there's another layer of stress on that. And I know that, I believe it was Meg Tiley that spoke to, the first 2 weeks we're going to work on the whole social emotional learning, but I teach a group of students who disengaged those last 3 months. And I spent a lot of time trying to engage with them every week. And in this hybrid model, it will be difficult for teachers to do that. So I know we talked about all the different supports that are in, but I really think we need to devote a lot of time or staffing to students who the concept of do no harm mentally. If a student's struggling, maybe, the assignment doesn't need to be turned in on Friday or Monday. If they're not doing their work, offering them, we call it intervention, but some other kind of support. And I really feel like that's going to be monumental in a new way of doing classes. So Mr. Mancusi had touched on a little bit in the answers to the questions that we'd sent in, but I didn't know if he's still on the call, if he can talk about, he mentioned a certain kind of program going to help parents.
Yeah, if I could speak to the, I know there was some mention of social emotional learning by Ms. Bannock earlier in the call. Addressing the social emotional learning needs of students, families, and staff is going to be a priority and a focus throughout the 2021 school year. It was a requirement portion of the state plan, and it was a subcommittee of the overall reopening steering committee that I chaired. We do have a re-engagement plan that we're going to be sharing with our administrators and our teachers and our families. It does include a trauma-based universal screen to help us determine which students and which families were most traumatized and negatively impacted through this closure. And then it's going to involve school-based teams to develop support plans with students and families to re-engage them and to constantly monitor their progress. And we do have specific data points that we're going to be using to help us identify those students and families who need the greatest support. In addition to that, I think you're referring to the CASEL framework, in which, it's the CASEL framework is a framework of social emotional learning. It's evidence-based, and it falls in well with many of our initiatives, like the DBT that we're doing at the middle school and high school, the Mind Up programming that we're doing at the elementary school. And there's 5 competencies or 5 areas of this framework that fall into place or that it highlights: self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and then positive decision-making. So, and we have, we're fortunate in this district to have Dana Basio. She is our lead teacher for psychologists and social workers, who, her main focus for this whole closure was to work with the psychologists, the social workers, and the school counselors on meeting the social emotional learning needs of students, and we're going to be expanding on that. My point being, it is a major priority. It's one of the priorities of the current school year. So we will be expanding our parent workshops to help parents to support kids, to help teachers support themselves, and we're starting next week on the 18th with a workshop for 2 hours for our administrators on self-care, to help us care for ourselves so we can care for our students and families. And then on the 28th, we're going to do that with the teachers to help them care for themselves, to care for their students and their families. And then we're going to do the same with families, with the focus of working in partnership to provide our students the social emotional learning opportunities so they can thrive. And there's been a lot of anxiety in everybody through this. So COVID-19 has, put us all through tough times socially and emotionally. So that's why it'll be a main focus for us for the coming school year.
My last question, I believe, goes to Mr. Papageorge, and it's about the cleaning protocols in the schools. I think we're going to talk about the elementary school first. Many people have asked how in between the AM and PM are you going to clean the school so that everybody's coming in that PM shift?
So at this time, I can say that we will get it done. I can't really go into staffing at this time.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Gerber? I'm sorry, Ms. Pico, are you done?
I am.
Okay. Mrs. Gerber?
Mrs. Vitale, can I make a point of order quickly? You may need to extend the meeting beyond midnight at this point.
Are you making a motion?
I'll make a motion to extend the meeting to 1 p.m.
Can I have a second? Mr. Vitale? All in favor? Motion carries 9-0.
Sorry.
No, thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mrs. Gerber.
Hi, Jessica Gerber. I just had a couple of quick questions. Someone had asked me about textbooks. How is that going to work for students who are doing distance learning, and just how is our actual physical textbooks going to be working? Are we going to be doing more online? Just curious about that.
I don't know, Dr. Parrish, have you given any thought to that piece yet, or is it more dependent on how we actually on the class assignments that these students wind up in? I'm kind of going back to our earlier conversation about at elementary it's one thing, but a secondary student might be getting course material from perhaps a couple of different ways, right?
Correct.
About the regional model, so I don't know if you have any thoughts there.
Yeah, I mean, you've pretty much summed it up. It really will depend on the courses that they're able to take, depending on, what's available and which model of remote learning we actually employ. That will determine whether or not it's, just online resources or online textbooks that they're given access to versus the traditional textbooks. Worst case scenario, we would have to set up, time and place for them to be able to come and pick those materials up in the event, it's something that they're taking that's a course-specific textbook.
Right. Well, I know, obviously it was different last school year because the students were in school, but at the end of the year there were drop-off times for textbooks and Chromebooks. And I did just want to say, I know I had already asked Mr. Cummings this, but I just wanted to say it publicly because a few people have asked me since, that in the survey that went out yesterday, when parents are asked if their child has a device, that device can include their school distributed Google, the Chromebook, correct?
Correct.
So if they don't have something themselves, but they're thinking of the Chromebook, that consists of their device. And then the last question, and I don't know if you've thought about this or the logistics or anything like that, but normally the day before school is orientation for 6th and 9th graders. How is that going to work? I guess it would be just for the students who are doing hybrid, but would they still have that orientation, or how is that going to work?
I don't know if the middle school or high school principals have thought about that, how they would approach that.
Yeah, I can speak to it. We've started talking about it. It depends a lot on whether or not we are going to be doing practice days for all students prior to the start of the school year in the hybrid model, because we would probably need to bring the students in as a cohort. So if we did a 9th grade orientation, that would be 2 days, and then we would do practice days for the 10th through 12th graders. We're already talking about half of each of the 4 days prior to school starting. So that could be a big commitment for the teachers, and losing out on some of the professional development that we were hoping to do regarding, preparing for the school year. So we're still working on the model, but it is definitely something on our radar. And just as a quick comment about Mrs. Berber, your question about textbooks, one thing Mr. Cavan and I were talking with our bookroom manager, one possible model would be that we actually do the drop-off schedule that we used at the end of the school year last year, but in reverse. And actually, because those textbooks that they dropped off in a socially distanced way are still sitting in the exact same place that they were left. So if we were to bring kids in, again, socially distanced, they could come through and almost like a college, bookstore, they could pick up their textbooks based on the courses that they have, so that whether the students were going to be remote learning 100% or whether they were going to be in the hybrid model, they would be able to gather their textbooks. So again, we were kind of waiting for the outcome of tonight's meeting and then begin that planning.
Okay, and then just one more question. I'm sorry. I had one other question that I was going to ask, and I completely forgot. Apologize.
I have Ms. Tiley could also speak to the middle school around that last question you asked.
Okay, sure.
Meg Tiley from Roger Love Middle School. We also have a tentative plan in bringing our sixth graders in either by crew, team, or community, and we may have to whittle that further down to cohort. Again, we were waiting for this meeting to happen, and I would just echo Mr. Hatzis' last comment. In our distribution coming back in the spring, majority of our textbooks are available online, but any resources, whether it be library books or hard textbooks, we would set up a distribution in our bus loops or however we did it at each of our schools.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Telly.
Hi. I'm sort of piggybacking on one of the last questions Trish had asked, and Rob spoke to it a little bit. We've talked a lot about the children and their social emotional needs, but we haven't really talked about the teachers. And I know there was some speculation online when the hybrid plan was announced about what the teachers wanted, and I know that we received emails. We received an email from the SEA president on the teachers. And there was an overwhelming percentage of teachers who didn't feel safe and who wanted an in-person model. Or not an in-person, who wanted a distance learning model or hybrid. And so I was hoping that Mr. Cummings could clarify how much of that was influenced in the hybrid plan decision, and also because we also received a lot of emails from teachers who have a lot of anxiety coming back to school. What we are doing as a district to give resources to those teachers and what we're doing for them. As someone, myself who has dealt with anxiety, I know that it's important that we address this problem. I don't want anybody to be afraid. And I know that this is, it's the pandemic, so, there's lots of moving parts here. But I just want to make sure that we're addressing beyond the self-care class, which I appreciate that we're doing, but what else are we doing as a district to help our staff?
If I could, Rob,
Hold on. Let me take the first part of that question, and then I'll have you do the second part. To the question of I guess you didn't phrase it this way, Ms. Rotelli, and if this isn't not comfortable with the way I'm going to say this, please stop me. But I'm thinking kind of, as I hear that question, kind of the motivation for the hybrid plan, or where did the hybrid plan come from? I will tell you that the primary motivation for the hybrid plan, the idea of a hybrid plan came from the need to, well, as we've talked about already this evening, our concern with the ability to meet the expectations of the social distancing, the cohort, the air quality issues and those things. That's really where the hybrid came from. the plans themselves, the way that they're structured, came from the administrators at each level thinking about what was the best way to support students. If we're not going to be in school or as much as we would in full in person 5 days, what was the best way to support students? And the high school, and then the middle school came up with the idea of their rotation that they're using, and the elementary principals came up with the idea of the AM/PM based on the 5-day model, and the need to see students every day at that level, at that age. That's where it came from. I recognize that, and I'm not, I am concerned with how our teachers are feeling. I'm concerned with how our administrators are feeling as we go into the new school year. But the sole reason for the hybrid comes from the issues around safety. And then once you settle on that as of the 3 choices, that's how you're going to implement, then what's the best way to use that model to educate students? That's where we came from. So Rob, if you want to speak to the second part of that question.
Yeah, okay. I'm sorry. Rob Mancusi, Executive Director, Special Education. Yeah, I did not intend to come across as that Thursday, that August 28th, that half a day work with teachers around, kind of giving them chicken soup for their soul so they can, feel supported and feel that, they are part of a bigger team called the Fairfield Public Schools, and we are all in this together, and it is difficult. So this is going to be an ongoing process of continual support for staff, students, and families. And it's going to be a focus this year, but it's really something that we should, continue year to year, that we take care of each other. So we're starting August 28th with the teachers before the students return, and we will be, it's going to be a focus throughout the year for all 3 of those groups.
I know that I had personally reached out to you guys with some ideas that I had, and I know we can talk about that later, but I also know that Jill Mitchell had done some training for the ESY staff, and I thought, when I was there, because I was there,
right.
I thought it was very helpful when that was actually occurring, and I wondered how much of that might be made available to staff.
In terms of going through protocols, like for special ed teachers and staff working with students with disabilities, we are going to be meeting with our department prior to them starting their work with students to go through some training on protocols for working with students with various, disabilities. That's going to happen prior to teachers meeting with students.
Mrs. Gerber, you had your hand up. Did you remember your question?
I did. Sorry about that. My question was just about, and I'm sure you don't have a specific answer right now, but just maybe even a ballpark, when we might know when the class schedules for high school and middle school might be ready. I was thinking that's kind of tied into my textbook question, just obviously every year that's always a question, like when are the class lists coming out, when are the class schedules going to be accessible, and obviously this year I'm sure it's 1,000 times more difficult and complicated, but just curious if you have any general ballpark figure. Will it be a week before, a couple of days before, just any sense of how that might work?
So as far as like the cohorting part, which is also part of the scheduling process, that will take place. Our IT team will need at least a week and a half after the survey closes to prepare the cohorts. And then those lists will be turned over to the schools to be able to create schedules accordingly.
Okay. Thank you. And then also, I left out when I was asking about the 6th and 9th grade orientation. I know normally the kindergarten orientation takes place in the spring, but I guess maybe that happened virtually, but not in person. Will there be any opportunity for kindergarten students to be able to see their schools before they start, those who are going back as hybrid students?
James Evajancic, Executive Director of Curriculum and Instruction. Yes, we are planning it just like the 6th and 9th prior to the opening of schools.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Peterson.
Here we go. Hi, Jeff Peterson. I'm trying to get around to some miscellaneous questions. I asked this in the sheet that is on the board website now, but I wanted to talk a little bit about the music curriculum. I'm very concerned that this is a huge area of instruction that the pandemic is going to make it almost impossible to deliver. I have kids in chorus. Obviously, the social distancing requirements for that, 12 feet, and these very large choral groups at the high school level and even at the middle school level are going to make it logistically impossible for them to actually perform. And I'm worried that what's going to happen is going to devolve into basically music theory class with no actual performance or voice training. But this also applies to wind instruments. I mean, anything other than strings or percussion is going to be affected. It's going to impact fifth grade, band. Anyone who wanted to step up from strings to, in fourth grade to a band instrument in fifth grade how are they going to work that? And I know you said that we're working on ways to devise alternatives. I would like some kind of progress report on that, because I don't see how this is going to be able to happen at all.
Can I jump in on that? I would have Dr. Evajancic respond, but I would tell you that in the state email today, we were told anyway that we should be getting further guidance from the state on music programs by Friday. So even something like that is because to your point, Mr. Peterson, this is a big deal. It's got a lot of additional concerns, and it's clearly a very popular program across the state. So I know we're working on it, but we've been waiting for this guidance for this as well.
And I would also ask, just kind of to go along with this, do we have somebody who is acting as a district coordinator for the music program? I understand Kevin Bruno left, so is there somebody who's kind of taking up the charge here?
Right now, it's Dr. Evajancic. But I think we're in process of interviewing and hiring for that position.
Okay, great.
Ms. Vitale?
Yes.
Could I interrupt for a second? I'm wondering if we could let the principals go. I have high expectations they're going to be at their desks really early tomorrow, and I'm just concerned about the hour for them.
I understand. Does any board member have a question that's principal specific? Ms. Jacobson?
It's more, I didn't know if somebody from People Services was on the call, so if either of the headmasters want to take it before you go off for the evening I'm asking a question about guidance, and there are a series of events that happen, whether that be college night, your junior meeting, your, just all the things that happen around guidance. Are those things going to still happen on track and on schedule and moving to this new environment? So just curious about the guidance piece of all this, and then just the whole college planning piece, the career center, how much help our kids get in that career center, just that kind of thing.
Yes, thank you for the question, Ms. Jacobson. With Mr. Cummings' permission, the directors, Ms. Campbell from Ward and Ms. Montorsi from Ludlow, gathered a group of counselors this summer, and what they did was anticipating knowing that there may be some difficulties in gathering large groups this fall. They have created online presentations and have created a plan for all of their college transition planning this summer, for the fall, at all levels, not just like for seniors and then juniors, but also things like High School 101 that we've offered for freshmen, and some of the sophomore parent nights in terms of what they can expect from their school year. They have made all of those conversions, so they are ready to go and are planned out for at least the first 4 months of school. So we're very grateful for their work. And while we're on the subject, while we were talking earlier about the concerns about the students on those 2 days that they were going to be out of school, the one thing I just wanted to get in really quickly is some of our unsung heroes from this spring were our counselors, our school counselors, our deans, and our housemasters, who were relentless in tracking down and trying to work with the students who were disengaging or with the teachers identified as not working on any of the projects. And the one thing about hybrid I think that will be different is that they will get to see those students every couple of days, and they will be dogged, I know, in pursuing those students and having them in front of them in their office. There's such a better happen than just having to give them or setting up a Google Meet. So I'm hopeful that they will continue their amazing efforts that they used all spring. So thank you for the opportunity to get in a plug for all their hard work.
Okay, and just those one-on-one meets that they regularly schedule, those will still happen too?
Yeah, they are committed to providing the full line of services that they have always provided for the students, and so I'm sure that will continue.
Yeah, and I agree, invaluable resources for our students. So thank you for the update. That's it. Thank you, Mrs. Vitale.
Okay, Ms. Maxon-Canale?
Great. I wanted to piggyback on Mrs. Jacobson because, and I thank Mr. Cavana, who I've already had a few conversations with about this. And I appreciate Mr. Hatz is saying that yes, they're going to get the same one-on-one treatment that we've done in the past. I just want to put in my plug for this year's senior class needs better than our usual, and our usual is fantastic. But these kids are at a huge deficit because of what happened this spring, and I'm talking about. That includes the kids who have older siblings that went to college, as well as the kids who these are the first, and they had no one-on-one this spring. Their parents had no one-on-one this spring, and so doing the usual isn't going to be good enough. And again, I so much appreciate the conversations I've had with Mr. Cavana, emails that I've had with Mr. Cavana about this, but just to those parents who are out there, just to know that I do have faith that they will be fully engaged on this and hopefully hitting the ground running on that, because while I've been wildly optimistic in all our conversations to the health people, when we were discussing them the first few hours of this meeting, in fact, if everything goes south quickly, there are going to be kids who will be denied a one-on-one meeting if suddenly we have to go to remote. And so I am extremely concerned about that, knowing the deficit they are in because of this spring. So thank you.
Okay. Any last questions for our principals, headmasters? Okay, seeing none, thank you all for joining us tonight, for the late hour and for all your work. And we'll just keep on saying it. Look forward to seeing you again soon and the first day of school. And Mr. Hassis, Mr. Cavana, again, sorry for the loss and what that means for our high school communities. Specifically, thank you for the work that you're doing to support our students during this very hard time. And I want you to know that our thoughts and prayers are with you and with your communities. So thank you. Have a good night, and we'll see you soon. Okay. Any other questions? Mrs. Maxon-Canale.
Just one question. Something I'd asked for in the document and was told we would be getting tonight is, where is our budget right now? We've got to have a beginning handle on our COVID-related expenses, but we haven't seen anything in writing yet.
Ms. Mansell, can you speak to that?
Darlene Mansell, Executive Director of Finance and Business Services. We have, obviously it's a work in progress. We spent about $300,000 last year in COVID expenses. And to date, at the end of July, we spent about $142,000. That's probably about all I can give you right now because we are gathering projected expenses, but that's we're nowhere near complete on those kinds of things, and I don't think we will until we have numbers. We know what's going on with staffing, and transportation. So I think that's about all I can give you with any definitive answer right now.
And I did tell the board at, I think, our last meeting, at that time, I didn't think that we would be here looking at these hybrid plans, which sort of switched the budget forecasting at that point, being that everything switched in the matter of, it seems like a week now, and during that week, we were without power, central office was down. That is why the delay in getting hard numbers on this. Ms. Mansell, can you give the board any information about rough estimates on the busing changes, just being that we're doing increased bus runs? And if you don't have that information, that's fine, but I know that that's something that we'd be interested in. We've talked about possibly needing to rent tents for our schools. I think the board, even if you can't provide it tonight, if you get that information, some of these things that we've been talking about, just to email those figures, as we're suggesting all these things, and as Mr. Cummings said about the live streaming, that does come with a cost, and it would be good for the board to know that, even if it's not, what we are spending, what we think we're going to spend, just what the cost is for some of these different scenarios that have been presented tonight.
Well, for instance, I do have an estimate for tents with almost $160,000. But like you said, with the change in the hybrid model, I haven't had a chance to touch base with Angelus yet to see if that's still a valid number or, that gets adjusted because I don't know if there's any longer a need for all of them. You see what I'm saying?
Yes, but I think that it just, as we talk about, hopefully, our numbers staying low for the month of September and bringing students back in October, that I think tents would still be something that we should keep on the table as additional space for lunch, for music. I know in some of the guidance that I have been reading that outdoor instruction, wherever possible. With outdoor instruction comes some security concerns, which goes back to Mr. Peterson's questions about, just security outside the buildings. I know that bus monitors were also something that was going to be discussed. So not looking for necessarily how much we've spent, but just if you could share with the board, and not right now, it'd be given the hour, what some of these scenarios will cost, because I know that you have done some of this, you have done this research. But I don't want to, given the hour, and don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole right now. Ms. Jacobson.
Hi, Jen Jacobson. Mr. Cummings, so I know that the state had requested every district submit a fiscal kind of estimate on July 17th. And at that time, every district was thinking they were going to be going back full time. And so somewhat, I assume, put in those numbers based on that model. And is there going to be some sort of an expectation that they would be then using those estimates to see how they can help districts going forward with some of these costs? So are we anticipating that those plans would need to be updated somewhat based on the new model, or do you find them to be similarly costed, in cost, late?
You know where I'm going.
Yeah, I know where you're going, and I will tell you that that data, yes, that was the initial request. They have since sent a second request.
Okay.
Based on the changes in the expectations, and I think they got. The backstory is, I believe that they got some pushback that July 17th was a very unrealistic date to start. We were 2 weeks into the fiscal year essentially. So my understanding is that they have asked for a second one that Ms. Mansell is working on. She's collecting information from the other executive directors, and I believe that there is an expectation that the state will continue to ask us to update our anticipated expenses, because even August isn't as good as it's going to be by late September. And with the understanding that at some point we're doing all this because we'd like to get some money back.
Right.
And they are arguing for that, but of course there's a lot of that's going to be federal.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Ms. Maxicali, did you have your hand up? Okay. Mr. Asa?
Yeah, just real quick, with regards to busing, I posed this question to Mike earlier, and I believe we're still waiting on guidance, but just if somebody could touch on the busing in the green, orange, red zones compared to our numbers and us starting in hybrid. So what I'm trying to say is right now the numbers, if we're in the green zone, and we're going with a hybrid by choice for logistical reasons described tonight, what does that mean for busing? Does that mean that the state says that if we go with a hybrid, we need to also go with a hybrid bus plan, or do the numbers drive the bus plan even if we are in a hybrid mode?
My understanding is that the hybrids drive the bus mode. The numbers will drive the bus mode, excuse me. I spoke with Mr. Cleary and Ms. Mitchell on this yesterday. We talked about basic procedures around the busing, the fact that we're going to need to have a seating charts because to tie back to the contact tracing, particularly for the younger students who may not know who they're sitting with, which really even further reinforces the need for a bus monitor to maintain, to make sure the kids are in the right seats and when they get on the bus. So we had a conversation as part of the EOC today about expectations around cleaning. And our expectations at this point still is that the buses will be cleaned daily. So we think, and this is something we're going to have to monitor again when we get the numbers, but with the hybrid, we'll be able to reduce the numbers on any particular run. And I think I want to go back, Mr. Asa, I think it was about 10 hours ago, you asked the question around how we would possibly cohort. And one of the things that we have to be conscious of in the cohorting by neighborhood or street is that we don't drive up the attendance on the bus as a result and then defeat the distance learning, the social distancing, on the bus. So that's just something we're going to have to be mindful of.
Thank you, that's all.
Okay. Any other questions on this, or can we move on to the calendar? Okay. Mr. Ace is giving me the thumbs up. Adoption of revised 2020-2021 student calendar, which is adding 3 planning days for reopening of schools. That the Board of Education adopt the revised 2020-2021 student calendar as enclosed. Can I have a motion? Mr. Asa, seconded by Mr. Ratelli. Mr. Cummings, do you want to give us just a quick recap?
Real quick. We are working on the 6-day. We have, as you know, we have 3 days at the beginning of the school year. We've added the additional 3 days that the state has granted to those days, and we timed this so that students would begin on the day after Labor Day. We did this deliberately so that if we identify issues on the trial runs, we're going to bring the kids in by cohort to kind of walk them through their paces on one of these or 2 of these days probably. It'll give us an extra day with the Labor Day weekend to make any adjustments to the buildings that we might need to do, plan any work with staff, whatever might be necessary over that weekend. As a result, though, we did have to add 1 day to the end of the school year, so the school year now would end on June 16th. And as we get closer to the start of the year, it was alluded to a couple times tonight, but we will be working to share with you a full schedule for what those 6 days will look like for staff and students when 6th and grade 9 and kindergarten orientations take place and all those things.
Any questions for Mr. Cummings or Dr. Parrish about the calendar? Mr. Asa?
So just to confirm for anybody that may have missed it, because we've been going a while here. So bringing the kids in, hybrid kids to do a walkthrough you're talking about, not just the orientations for K-6, whatever grades we're talking about. But can you just touch on that really quick overview on what that may entail? Just so families know, not that people necessarily are traveling a lot, but that it's that week of September 1st, they may have a situation to bring their child into the school.
Yeah, what we would do is we would really like to bring the students in, and it may be, depending on this, that we wouldn't include the kindergartners, 6th graders, and 9th graders, because they're coming in at another time anyway, and they could get the same experience. But essentially it would be to make sure that every student in their cohort comes into school on the bus, if that's the appropriate way that they come to school, and then kind of go through a very shortened day, probably no more than an hour or two, but really just one, to meet their teachers, but two, to see what the classrooms are going to look like, as they're going to be different than they were, prior to the leaving in March. Talk about, have nurses work with them on the hand washing and the mask wearing and all the other expectations for social distancing, so that they experience what school is going to be like, and two, we experience what it's going to be like when they're there, so that the school then can make adjustments in their planning or procedures prior to the Labor Day weekend. Depending on where there might be choke points of kids in the halls or whatever might be involved, so that we can identify that before they're back on September 8th and fix it before they come back.
Okay, and lastly on this, we do have some kind of guarantee from the state with regards to the number of school days, and in passing this calendar at this point in time, do you feel confident that we're safe and we're in compliance?
I do. There was at the last month's State Board of Education meeting, this was passed, and it was addressed again today in a resolution as well.
Okay. Any other questions about the calendar? Okay. Seeing none, all in favor? Motion carries 9-0. Everyone is looking pretty tired, but if anyone has any distance learning, it is going to be covered in the webinar tomorrow, but I want to give the board an opportunity to just ask while we have the superintendent and the executive directors here. Ms. McInally?
I'm just going to repeat what I said earlier, that I would hope, and I completely get that the high school is going to be very difficult because of, it really does depend on some of those singletons, if some of those kids are the ones who opt for full distance learning. But I really don't see any reason why our elementary schools can't have a schedule of 9 to 9:45, 9:45 to 10, 10 to 11:30 kind of thing, so that parents can have a better handle on what their kids' experience is going to be like. And I think having that is really going to crystallize for a parent who is on the fence. I think a lot of parents are not on the fence anymore. But for those who are, that's either going to appeal or be not what they're looking for. So I just think they really need that.
I agree with that, but and Mike, you were very good about messaging. I think that in doing some reading about just distance learning and homeschooling, that flexibility does need to be important, realizing that there are going to be things going on at home, and that a set schedule may not work for some families, and there still might be an opportunity for, to appreciate that.
But Mrs. Vitale, my understanding is that having the full distance learning with an exclusive teacher.
No, I'm sorry. I'm thinking of. Never mind. I'm back in the hybrid. Back in the hybrid. Hi, Mark.
I don't mind jumping in here for clarification if needed, but through the chair.
Sure. Jump on in.
Yes, so just so I can be clear on the expectation of it, the sample remote elementary schedule was put up. There's time limits versus specific, like 9 to 9:30, which might be what you're asking for.
Yeah.
Okay. The reason we didn't put actual time limits was because we can't guarantee that every school can do reading, for example, from 9 to 9:30, and I'm just using that as an example. With special educators and class sections and everything. So the school day would pretty much, the hours would look similar in terms of the time limits there. I can put a sample up without a doubt of, take those times and transcribe them to actual hours with a understanding that principals would have to be able to move those blocks around throughout the parameters of that day. Does that make sense?
It does, and by all means, put huge letters sample at the top so that they know that this is not, definitive and it's not a commitment. But that way, because if you look at the schedule right now, it looks like they have 320 consecutive minutes of school, which I don't for 1 second think is the model. I think there's going to be built-in breaks and, and on all sorts of that, but you can't tell that at all by that schedule that's on there now with just the number of minutes. So.
No. Thank you very much for that input. I agree. The purpose of the schedule is to have breaks in there, but it's written in some kind of in educator talk at some level, so we can most certainly meet that request. Like the reading block does say mini lesson, 45 minutes, which does mean that not everybody would be participating in that. So to your point, yes, we can most certainly do that and put sample on it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Going once? Going twice? Okay. Seeing none, can I have a motion to adjourn? Mr. Asa, seconded by Ms. Jacobson. All in favor? We are adjourned. Thank you. Thank you all for the long meeting and for all your work, and
Thank you very much.
for having the webinar tomorrow as well.
Yes, I hope this helped. Thank you very much.
No, it did. I think we had a lot of people, and then to the public that is still with us at this late hour, thank you, and get some sleep. Enjoy Mr. Cummings tomorrow. The webinar,
Take care, everybody.
it's on the website.
All right.